Welcome back to the second day of our Dhaka Forum virtual conference. Thank you so much for the overwhelming response and feedback we have received in the very beginning of our second day conference. We are very much excited to welcome all our participants from yesterday and of course all the new participants who have joined us today as well. For all who have connected with us today, this is Ashfaq Zaman, the founder and program director of Dhaka Forum. We look forward to continuing this much delighted and enlightening, rich panel discussions amongst our esteemed panelists and fantastic moderators in the upcoming exciting panel discussions today. Allow me to take a minute to appreciate and acknowledge the diverse pool of comments, questions, and solutions shared, discussed by our audience. Unfortunately, we may not be able to take all the questions from you due to time constraint, but our team has most certainly noted all the amazing feedback that you all have provided, and we will try to incorporate that in our Dhaka Forum report, soon to be published and distributed on various UN platforms, the World Trade Organization, the World Economic Forum, and hopefully many other prestigious media outlets. Let us now keep the chat section buzzing, and please join us and share thoughts and questions. With that, I would like to thank you all for joining us again and hope you will be ready to inspire and be inspired.
Okay, welcome everyone. Now we have a very exciting discussion session. The topic is recycling environment and climate change. Now this is a complex, multifaceted issue. So we have our expert panel of speakers who will help us understand some of these key aspects. Now, as we are going through this global pandemic, we've seen some positive and negative impacts on the environment. With the proliferation of PPEs, we have a lot of solid waste, masks, gloves, gowns now being thrown away, and this is affecting the environment. But we've also had a positive impact where there's less travel, there's less traffic, and as a result, there's less air pollution. So there's some positive and negatives in this new normal. Now, in our session, we have 4 panelists. I'll briefly introduce them. We have Ms. Linda Zailani. She is the co-founder and CEO of the International Sustainable Finance Center. She's joining us from Prague. Welcome, Linda. We also have Mr. Mohammad Khorshid Alam joining us from Dhaka. He's the Assistant Resident Representative, Resilience and Inclusive Growth Portfolio, UNDP, Bangladesh. We also have Dr. Fozun Khalid. He's joining us from the UK. He's the UN Advisor on Environmental Ethics, and he's also the founder of Islamic Foundation for Ecology and Environmental Sciences. Then we have from Istanbul, Professor Ibrahim Özdemir. He's the Professor of Philosophy at Ankara University. He was the former Director General of Foreign Affairs and in the Ministry of National Education in Turkey. So I'd like to first start with Professor Ibrahim with an initial question regarding this issue of the extra waste that we are seeing due to the pandemic, the PPE waste and the environmental impact. I was wondering if you could share some of your thoughts on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning from Istanbul. It is nice to be with you. And thank you very much for organizing such an important event, although it is through webinar. And let me remind you, historically pandemics have marked turning points, followed often by significant social and religious transformation in societies. So I hope this COVID-19 also have similar transformations on our lifestyles. When we lock down at our homes and reflect upon our lives and our interconnectedness with nature, it was a good time to think about our impact on nature. We have a less pollution, less effect on the nature. But I partially agree with your what you said about the impact of COVID-19 on environment. We have some pollution of plastics and masks. We can see it is visible. But a recent report just released last week by University of Leeds finds out that plastic pollution is a universal and growing problem. It is found through the oceans, the lakes, and the rivers and soil sediments and atmosphere everywhere. I was, as a part of my job as an environmentalist, I travel a lot to talk about the environment. I myself witnessed the impact in Kenya, in Maldives Islands, in Turkey, and wherever you go. But I think when we are locked down at our home, we have time to think on all these. This is why every pandemic have marked social turning points on the history. I hope COVID-19 may have a turning point on our habits and use of plastics, not only masks, how we are influencing our environment, or oceans, or rivers, or lakes, or atmosphere with plastics and other polluters. You see? So we also have to think about our economic system, our business model, which is producing, which is investing in the production of more plastics, and encouraging us to use more plastics. So the proliferation of the has been driven by rapid growth of the plastic production and use combined with the linear economic models. So this is why now we are using sustainable economic models, not linear, more consume more and throw it away after you consume it. Recycle, reuse, refill, rethink about all this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Just let me the estimated of the report by University of Leeds is that 1.3 billion tons of plastics is destined for our environment, both on land and in the ocean by 2040, unless worldwide action is taken. This is time to think, not tomorrow, today. We have to think. Our present lifestyles, it is we will give a legacy of 1.3 billion ton plastics to our grandchildren. Yes,
absolutely. It's a very important message. Thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim. So I would like to now go to Dr. Fazlun, where we want to explore your ideas and thoughts on, so the media call this the great human pause. When future generations look back at 2020, they will see this as a great human pause where, as Professor Ibrahim said, where we may have some transformations, some turning points. So the positive, do you see how we can extend some of the positive impacts we're seeing due to the pandemic on the environment?
I think this is a lesson sent to us. I would begin with the proposition that creation is cyclical, and the current order of managing the globe is a linear process, and which we have all accepted without really being conscious of it. And this linear process has brought us to a position which comes up against the cyclical nature of creation, of the natural world, the way it works. And James Lovelock, the scientist who invented the device that detected the ozone layer, said recently in his 101st birthday that we are, in fact, what has kicked in as a reminder is that the cyclical process of, if you like, in a way that the natural world deals with a kind of pressure on itself, and this has kicked in. But if this had happened, say maybe a century ago, in the early part of the last century, or even before that, this kind of pandemic wouldn't have occurred because of the low population density of the Earth, and we didn't have the technology to able to travel and to communicate in the way that we have been doing nowadays. You see,
Yes.
and because of the way that we have in fact advanced by in fact putting forces on the natural world which it cannot endure for long, we have turned the natural world into a resource to be exploited rather than an entity to be nurtured, which nurtures us. We call the womb of creation. So we've gone too far. We've gone way too far. And nature is saying, stop. You can't do this to us anymore. So what's happened is we have stopped, or we have paused, if you like, as you say. And this pause has also imposed on us a lesson in that we have to modify our behavior. And if we are locked in, we in fact are being less demanding on nature, which has meant a reduction in carbon dioxide emissions, an improvement in in the air conditions. Turtles appear to be returning to their nesting beaches. Fishes appear to be returning to the rivers. Water appears to be cleaner today than before. And so these are lessons that we have to learn. Now, people call this the new normal. But what is disturbing is already politicians are talking about returning to the old normal. And that is alarming in the sense that we are not going to learn the lessons of that have been imposed on us by the corona pandemic. You see, people in England have already traveled to Spain for their holidays. Now, Spain is now experiencing a second lockdown. So the people who have traveled from England to enjoy the sun in Spain are being locked down again.
Right.
You see, these are warnings that we have to learn, we have to listen to, and we cannot go back to the old normal. We need to rethink the economic paradigm.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Fozun. There's very interesting points there about pausing for thought and learning some important lessons. Now I'd like to move on to Mr. Khurshid Alam. My question to you, sir, is how in the development sector, which you're a part of and as UNDP, how can the development sector, also the private companies, influence or encourage governments to enhance the more responsible climate action or more responsible environmental management? Do you have some thoughts on this?
Thank you again for inviting me with a set of distinguished panelists, and I'm so happy and glad and honored. I really like the title of the session, and also building on the philosophical thoughts that Professor Ibrahim and Dr. Fazlul has given, that this is a pause for thought. And I also take from what you said, it's a complex problem. But I'm not afraid of complex problem, because complex problem can be resolved through a systemic approach. And I think that is where I think we have a hope that we can fix a lot of the problem that is exposed through coronavirus. Let me take from what our Secretary General said. COVID-19 should be a wake-up call for all of us. And he also argued that green recovery is possible from this pandemic, and this can be a turning point, as the previous speaker said, for a greener transition. Now, your question: what role private sector can play in providing support to the government, and what role development sector can play? There are three things that I would like to mention. One, even before the coronavirus, there are a lot of scientific evidence available from IPCC, from other intergovernmental panel on the, for example, on biodiversity, that there was a planetary emergency, and that was adopted in our parliament as well. And a lot of zoonotic diseases that we're seeing are a result of the environmental degradation, perhaps arguably climate change as well. Now, the private sector is very much part and parcel of that development. I think it is also a time for private sector to think about, to take care of the nature, and also the decarbonization that we're talking about. If you look at the trend over the COVID period, we have very clearly seen there is a declining trend of fossil fuel burning. And now, if we're going to keep that accidental, phenomenon to a norm, what professors were saying, I think we need to do a couple of things. One is not the government alone who can, sustain that practices. It is the citizen, it is the private sector, it is the civil society. We all need to work together. And one thing that reminded me now is that from a quote of the famous movie called Jurassic Park, if you could recall, at the last sentence was that the environment doesn't need our protection, they need our absence. So how can we make sure that balance is right, that in a post-COVID world, when all government in the world is struggling to making sure that we have the economic recovery and socio-economic recovery as a V-shape as much as possible, quick return, at the same time make it green. So we're doing three things in Bangladesh and globally as well. Number one, as Secretary General has asked the UN system to support 180 countries to develop the socio-economic recovery framework, at the same time making sure that socio-economic recovery framework is green and clean. In Bangladesh, we're halfway there. We're working closely with the government, and there is a private sector part as well in that socio-economic recovery framework. If I go into the bottom line of your question, how private sector can work, I think I would say three messages. One, I think we need to rethink our MBA-driven business. We need new MBAs. That I think is a philosophical question. We need to ask whether the business graduates really study ethics. They study trade-offs between the quick return of profit and its connection to air pollution, for example, or environmental pollution. That's one very important point. Second point is knowing your market. I personally don't think that our business is grown enough, particularly in Bangladesh and other countries, where beyond energy, they see whether environment could be a bigger market. Solid waste management you talked about. I think knowing market is very important. And the many people are affected by cyclone and flooding. How can you offer a solution? And third is my last point is investing on responsible consumption. I think that would be a game-changing bottom line in my view.
Thank you. Excellent, Mr. Khurshid. There's a lot of food for thought there. Responsible consumption is definitely a part of the SDGs and something that private sector can play a very important role in. Now I'd like to go on to Ms. Linda with a question about finance, because we can have all the nice policies and philosophies and strategies, but without sustainable finance, the oxygen, as it were, in these actions, how can we move forward? So do you have some ideas on how we can finance some of these recovery and activities beyond the pandemic, please?
Thank you. I think Dr. Asif hit the nail on its head when he said that what we need to do is we actually need to also work with people to understand how environment and climate change is not just something that happens unrelated to their work. It needs to become something that everybody in their day-to-day professional roles see as part of their work. So at the ISFC, we always argue that there's no such thing as sustainable finance. It's not a niche additional topic or an additional thing in finance that you do to look good or to manage or diversify your risks. All finance fundamentally should be sustainable finance. It should be long-term sustainable investments that do not take out value out of society while putting the cost and the burdens on society or on public purse. So, for example, what we are doing now, we are trying to integrate sustainable finance understanding and concepts in financial education. We are talking to a broad variety of stakeholders from both public and private sector, trying to help people understand what actually is sustainable finance, why does it matter, and how people can actually integrate it into their day-to-day roles. For example, as a private person, you should really look into where your pension is invested. If you are trying to do the right thing and fight climate change in whatever way you can, usually you will use a reusable coffee cup, you will recycle, you will maybe become a bit more conscious as a consumer. However, if your pension remains invested in fossil fuels and helps actually the continuation of a status quo, that is a problem. So what we're trying to do is try to build that understanding, build that education, both for professionals and private people. We're also trying to show that when it comes to recovery, if we want a resilient recovery, which is becoming a much more popular topic, especially in the post-COVID debates, what does a resilient recovery look like? And it does look like you should not necessarily keep financing unsustainable business models. So if businesses are forced to at least disclose whether they are Paris aligned, whether they are aligned with the 1.5 degree emissions, that already helps for investors to decide, do I really want to put my money into companies that do not take into consideration what their business model will look like in 5 to 10 years? That is very, very important, because disclosures can then help push businesses into the right direction, because the money does make world go round, and sadly there won't be any business if there is no planet. On a dead planet, as Sharon Burrow mentioned, there won't be any business. So if we can help drive that change through education, through better understanding, better disclosures, and actually shift the investments to something that gives greater resilience and is long-term more sustainable, that I think will be key. And this is a key opening when actually more and more people are listening. So if we can actually make that shift between understanding and listening to finally some action, that would be a very welcome change.
Excellent. Yes, thank you for summing up in that positive note. So I think, at least the sense I feel looking at the overall media and coverage, it seems corporates are now much more sensitive to social movements or social messages, as we've seen now with the Black Lives Matter. Many multinational companies are now reevaluating some of their products. For example, in the subcontinent, Unilever and other companies, they are reevaluating how they are maybe not actually giving the right message in terms of the Black Lives Matter movement. And I think we have an opportunity here again for corporates to look into their environmental policies, environmental management, and investments as well. So I would like to then now come back to Professor Ibrahim, and maybe if you could, sir, reflect on some of these messages or suggestions we're having from the other panelists on, like, green recovery, or maintaining, I would say, enhancing value in society and environment, as Linda mentioned. Maybe if you can expand on or share your thoughts on some of these issues.
I am glad we have all similar concerns, similar sensitivities to the environment, to the ecology, to the future generations. This is a good thing. And the other thing, I think, as all my colleagues they are underlined, it reminds me of Shakespeare's famous saying, "To be or not to be." This is the question. You see. So, listening to all this, I think if he was with us today, he would maybe change to change or not to change. This is the whole question. We will change our business models, we will change our lifestyles, we will change our unsustainable habits with the nature, with the natural resources or not. I lived last 2 years in Finland, and also visited the Nordic countries. I think Linda is also familiar. They are very successful at the renewable energy models and green business models. But they also started with the kindergarten education. They changed their educational system. They have an eco-friendly ecological system. They have some of their classes in the forestry, in the nature, in the wilderness. So they teach every single children from the start, we are a part of nature. If you harm nature, nature in return, as Fazon put very poetically, will return it to us. We are not independent of nature. We are dependent on nature. As this Corona-19 gave a good lesson to all of us, locked down at our homes, and we have to reflect, we are a part of nature. As Dr. Asif said, reminding us the Jurassic Park movie, yes, we are destroying nature. We are the problem. Nature is not a problem. So we cannot change the laws of nature, but we can change ourselves. We can change our habits. We can change our conception patterns. We can change our outdated educational curricula systems for a new one. I think this will be the major social transformation we can get through this pandemic era.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. This very nicely put, Professor Ibrahim. So I think now we should open up to the panel with a bit more discussion and maybe debate. Mr. Khurshid Alam, you mentioned about the need for a new type of MBA. We shouldn't just focus on like GDP when we're looking at development or a country's growth. And of course, UNDP are pushing the SDG as part of a more holistic development paradigm. So could you then see how, if the pandemic is going to affect the achievement of these SDG targets, perhaps?
What I said, in a short term, maybe, but in a long term, no. Because SDGs are also solution. If you stay focused on SDG, that would also help you to achieve the resilient and green recovery that we have been discussing. That would be the short answer. In a long answer, I think the newer set of MBA that I'm talking about, that Professor Ibrahim also mentioned, I was one of the panelists of the Dhaka University's 100 years anniversary day, the counting day. And I raised that question with the Dhaka University or many of the universities in the world, whether they're fit for purpose. Fit for purpose in a sense, we have technology department, they don't study ethics, or they don't understand the values, or they don't go into that class. Or the business graduate, they don't go to social science, for example. I think what is needed is a transnational cooperation. We know the interdisciplinary cooperation, but the nature of the problem, as you very rightly said at the beginning, is complex. Complex thing can only be addressed through transnational, transsectoral, transdisciplinary cooperation, and the starting should be education and giving people chance to reflect and understand what Professor Ibrahim and Linda said at the beginning. So over to you, Asif.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Koshin. So, Dr. Fazlun, we realize a theme coming out of this panel is that we need to rethink education, especially for the next generation, try to make it more holistic. You also mentioned that we need to get out of this linear mindset, have a more cyclical approach, which reflects nature. So how do you see businesses adjusting to this cyclical way of thinking? Do you think that's possible?
Very radically, very radically. Let's think for a moment. Look, for the past 200 or 300 years, post-industrial revolution, the way we have run the earth has brought the earth to its knees. If you listen to the people from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they are saying we have a 25, 30-year period of grace. If we don't modify our behavior and reduce carbon dioxide emissions by and not allow global temperature to rise by 2 degrees centigrade, then it's all over. We are leaving a legacy for the next generation, and they will not forgive us. So the fact, what I'm really pointing out is, this paradigm is out of sync. We have to first agree on that. We've gone nowhere. We have destroyed the earth, destroying biodiversity. Plastics are everywhere. We may be ingressing plastics in our food, in our drink now. Plastics in the sea, in the food chain, plastics in the soil, contaminating roots of the vegetables that we eat. So what I'm really saying is that we need to examine the economic paradigm, whether it is sustainable development or sustainable economics or whatever, and we have to change radically, turn the thing upside down. We cannot begin to talk the language of GDP, redefine prosperity, redefine growth, talk about degrowth, redefine development. What is development? For heaven's sake, the World Bank is funding a dial up the Nile and depriving other countries of water. What kind of development is this? So we need to, and also bear in mind, we are living at a time of a declining resource base accompanied by population growth. That equation is not compatible with existence. So we need, who is going to consume? So what I'm really saying is that if we are going to talk about the sustainable development agenda, what are we sustaining? Sustainable development agenda hopes to increase the living standards of the very poor people 1 or 2 notches up the scale. But at the same time, the people who have, and we're being told almost every day that 1% own 40% of the world's wealth. Who is going to tell the rich world, the rich people, that they should tighten their belts in order that the poor people can loosen theirs a little bit, so that they may have something of the declining resources of the earth? But I'm telling you, this is going to carry on. We are going to go back to the new normal. And what the large corporations or whatever business model you have, whatever you do, you are going to tax the environment. And there'll be nothing left for future generations, leave alone sustainable development. We need to think. There's one word, I will use one word to replace all these jargonistic words, beginning with GDP or GNP or growth or degrowth or whatever, and that is equity. There is no global equity. Now, who is going to talk that language? Whether you talk about sustainable finance or sustainable development, there has to be global equity compatible with protecting the natural world, which nurtures us and which sustains us, and think of the next generation. That is the agenda. And this language is out of date. We have to rethink the whole thing. This is why the coronavirus is here. Let's pause, let's stop, let's think, you see, and not go back to the new normal. Otherwise, the next generation will not forgive us.
Right, definitely. So, Linda, this thing about equity and finance, do you have any examples, or can you maybe share some ideas on how we can build in equity in whatever form in a sustainable finance mechanism?
Of course. I mean, the truth is that we already have the understanding, the mechanisms, and the tools that if we wanted to shift to a much more sustainable development and sustainable economic growth models, we could. The issue here is, of course, political will and also the incentives built in systemically into our systems. So if you have, as a financial asset manager, if you are reporting quarterly, you have not major interests to start long-term investing, which might be very profitable in the longer term with a longer time horizon. However, quarterly, you might not look that good, which means that internally, how even companies are set up, that means that you might not get your next promotion or your bonus. So I do think that in the last 5 years, we have seen much more research finally coming out. We understand so much better these skewed incentives and how that actually translates into investment flows and why capital is misallocated essentially and still given to things that destroy our social fabric and environment. And I think that what Corona has finally done, because when you talk the language of finance, it's not about saving polar bears or trees. You need to speak the language of returns, profitability. You need to show numbers. And what COVID has done has actually showed some interesting numbers. So for example, 94% of ESG indices managed to beat their parent benchmarks in the first quarter of 2020. At the same time, you had 30 billion euros flowing into sustainable funds over the last few months, in comparison to 148 billion euros approximately outflowing from European funds. So you actually finally see that some of the sustainable investments are performing better, and the numbers don't lie, right? People like numbers. So if we can actually start helping companies and investors measure, so for example, ESG, environmental, social, and governance indicators, if we can improve the social indicators, because the environmental ones, we're getting there, the social ones, we're working on a major project. How do you actually bust that myth that you cannot do as an investor? You can't really measure these social things. Yes, you can. There are human rights, there are other things. You can actually create quite good indicators and then measure them and then show impact.
Absolutely, yeah, excellent. I remember a few years ago when I was in Australia, I was part of the university and they have their own pension scheme, pension provider. And I had three options in terms of where I would want to advise my pension managers to invest. There was one to maximize returns. There was one option to low risk investments. And there was one which was on ethical investments. And that really intrigued me. And this was about 10 years ago. And I thought, okay, let me have a look at that. So I'm not going to let you know which one I chose. But it was interesting that that concept was there to give people an option of which sort of way of prioritizing of their pension schemes. So Professor Ibrahim, now we've seen here in this discussion today that there are some avenues that we can push towards or advocate to give a reality to this turning point that you alluded to at the beginning, and somehow start overcoming the inertia for lifestyle transformation, which is what we all think is required to really do justice to the next generation, right? So Professor Ibrahim, how can we add on to what Linda was saying about the financial metrics and indicators being developed further? Do you have some other suggestions?
Yeah, yes, I think this is very good panel. I am also learning today very good things from my colleagues. And when we think in holistic way, what Linda is saying and what Fazlun is saying and Dr. Khurshid is saying, it indicates that we need a new moral responsibility. If we have any moral responsibility towards nature or towards generation next or not. Because in classical moral theories from Aristotle to Kant and to Mill, they don't care about environment. They don't care about the rights of or respect of the generation next. Because it was just only the people. We have responsibility to people. We come face to face, or actions have direct consequences for them. But we don't know at that time in the past. We don't know if our actions or lifestyles have any consequences for the 10 years in advance. But as in my initial presentation, I said, if we go like that in 2040, there will be 1.3 billion tons plastics to the generation next as a result of our actions. This is why I'm very pleased to hear from Dr. Hurshid. He said, we have to include environmental ethics courses at the university level and also at the business school. If we just teach in like an Adam Smith or classical, economics said, just how to maximize your profit or maximize your resources and don't care about others, we will not go to anywhere. So I think in a holistic way, we have to rethink about all this, and we can also teach people they can maximize their profits in investing in green energy, in investing in renewable energy, in investing in new technologies. There is a lot of examples I myself see in Nordic countries and also in Germany. I'm sure Linda can provide us more, but it is, I think, in the Europe and in some countries it is changing now. It is there is a change in investment in renewable energy and also eco-friendly technologies. And I join Linda when she says it is not a part of business people to care about polar bears or etc. But when they learn, they can also make money. When they care about the ecology, when they care about the animals, all other things. As you say, as Black Lives Matter, it also taught us, all of us, some lessons, So this pandemic is teaching us new lessons to think about our educational system, to think about our economic system and business models, and to try and come up with new solutions. This is why I am teaching at Üsküdar University. This is for the first time in Turkish universities, a critical thinking class to all students, I just tell them, we have to think critically about every single thing. And we have to be very suspicious about what politicians tell to us. If any, what happened initially in UK and in the US, the leaders, they said we didn't believe in corona, we didn't believe in virus. Even in some other countries, politicians just tried to ignore the issue. But the cost was to the society. But they changed their minds. But here, I think we have to be humble. I can understand politicians, just look at in the US, the politicians just trying to survive in the next elections. They don't care about 2040, 2050. But it is up to us as scientists, as a concerned citizens, as NGOs, to rethink about the future, rethink about habits of conception and lifestyles and our education system, and make a humble step.
Excellent. So I think there's another aspect which maybe we should bring to the table here. Dr. Fozun Khalid, this. I've been working now in Bangladesh for 10 years. I've worked in the UK and Australia, and one thing the pandemic or coronavirus has really highlighted is how, from a social justice point of view, those who are more poor or vulnerable, they always get the short end of the stick. If it's environmental impact, they're the ones that are suffering the most from the pollution. And now even with the virus, those who are on hourly contracts or informal economy, they're the ones that are suffering the most because of the lockdowns and economic slowdown or whatever. So is there a revolution coming is that class or generation, people are going to say, look, enough is enough. I'm not going to take this anymore. Where do you think this is going in the next few years?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Yeah, this is why I say the whole system needs to be looked at. And even we begin to look at the aspect of sustainable development, it's about improving the conditions of the poor in relation to the rich. So we have this mirrored in the kind of situation we find ourselves with the pandemic. The poor, similar to climate change, the people in the Solomon Islands are expecting to go underwater, and they were not an industrial country. They didn't create the industrial revolution, and they're not industrial. How is it that the poor and the destitute are more affected by the kind of things that are happening in the industrial world? Okay, so we begin to realize this is one world, one system. And what the pandemic has done for us is that to realize that modifying our behavior can in fact have positive influences in fundamental areas of the world that we live in, i.e. economics. I agree with you. The greater pressure is borne by the poor rather than the rich, and that is to be deplored. But then how can we then change the global system that we are so tightly knitted into, so that everybody can benefit equally, and there can be lessening the huge disparities in wealth that we are experiencing today. This is why I argue fiercely for the whole reappraisal of the whole system that can introduce a degree, or begin to introduce a degree, of equity in the whole process. Let's face it. I mean, human race, we are consumers. We like things, and people who can buy the things they like are the people in the richer countries, and therefore they are by definition the greater polluters. So if we reduce that gap further, and instead of having a lockdown on economics, if we can have a reasoned way, the kind of leadership that would take us into another zone where we could have less and be satisfied. And we're talking about human nature. How you're going to do this, I don't know. But then it has to come from the top, where we can curtail our expenditure, and final result of which will be the protection of the environment.
All right. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I'm going to ask each of you to give a wrap-up final message for our audience. I'll start with Mr. Khurshid Alam, if you want to give a quick final thoughts.
I want to, building on what Professor Ibrahim, Dr. Khalid said, Fazlul Khalid. I think the recovery from COVID has to be also empathetic. I think we need to see what you said, leaving no one behind, that the world before COVID was already, problematic when it's come to inequality, when it's come to digital disparity, and, a lot of the problems that we had that are now, COVID is a very good magnifying glass. We can see it through that. Now, what UNDP is going to do, I think this is where I want to make 3 points. That would be an opportunity for the private sector. Number one, we will continue to play our role as a convening agent, our role as a policy advisor, and honest, making honest policy advice to all our clients. 2 opportunities that are coming, that's my second point, for Bangladesh and all over the world. Through UNDP's new climate promise, we will be supporting 200 countries to revise their NDC, revising their the climate promises. I think private sector has a big opportunity to participate. And many countries will also, in a similar way, develop their national adaptation plan. I think private sector should also be part of that, because climate change would affect your market. I think that is what you need to see.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not other. It's your market. It's your business. I think without understanding that, what Linda said, we can't have two parallel systems, sustainable business and other one is going into a different direction. I think that's not the choice that we make now. I think we need to make bold choices. We need to do in a post-COVID context more with less. I think that would be my concluding remark. Thank you so much.
With less. Thank you, Mr. Khurshid. So, Linda, some final thoughts from you for our audience.
I do think that, we have always been quite optimistic realists, I would say. And I do think that during the next decade will be extremely crucial. And I don't know how many people are familiar with the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment. They have this inevitable policy response modeling and research. And that shows that it is almost inevitable, I guess, as the name suggests, that governments and regulators will act. Because the problem is either climate change will get us and there will be nothing left, or there will be chaos, disruption, or we will actually start changing regulation and systems to force businesses and people to adapt. And I am hopeful that because we have seen what disruption does and how actually it can impact you personally and privately, yes, that this will help those people pushing for this change and working on it. It will actually be a helpful example to maybe scare or motivate some people into action. And I have to say that I am slightly more optimistic than I was, because this transition in physical risk has become a little bit more tangible for a lot of people and a lot more visible and easier to relate to.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, Linda. So, Dr. Fazlun, some final thoughts for our audience before I move to Professor Ibrahim?
Yeah.
Dr. Fazlun.
Yeah, thank you. The pandemic is here and it's teaching us a lesson. And if we don't learn from it, I think we are done for. I think we have to learn from it. And the lesson we have to learn is that we have to modify our behavior. We have been forced into it, locked in and forced into it. Now we have to learn from that. So we need the kind of leadership that would learn from the new normal and put together a bunch of policies that would in fact protect the environment and take what nature can give us in a modified way and preserve its integrity, preserve nature, preserve biodiversity, reduce climate change, and give hope for the future generations. That is the kind of leadership we need, and not go back to the old. Right. Learn from the current situation and give hope for future generations. That's the leadership we need.
Excellent. Thank you. So, Professor Ibrahim, we would like to conclude the session with some final thoughts from you.
Yes, I accept. We have no silver bullet exist yet to solve all this problem for once and for everyone. But no, we know the problem. We know the causes of the problem, and we know how to deal with it. I think again, I want to emphasize the role of education as because there is no more powerful transformative force than the quality of education from the kindergarten to the higher education. This will help us, and in the long run, help people to understand the problem, because to understand the world we are living in and our problems. This new generation, with the quality education, with critical thinking habits, they will find some solutions maybe we never think of. You see, this is why I'm very glad to hear from Linda. She said I'm very optimistic. I am also very optimistic on this. We can solve this problem. This is why Fazl and me, we are trying hard. No, we are working on a Islamic environmental ethics, declaration, a general. Because we also, I think, I want to underline the impact of religious leaders. They have to take their own responsibility. Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Buddhists and Hindus, because we know the role of religion in motivating society. for good or for bad. But in this case, we want from them to motivate their followers to understand the problem and to be a part of the solution. Then we can, let me finish with this, urgent and coordinated actions is needed for us, in a holistic spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are very excellent suggestions and thoughts by all of our panelists. So clearly the pandemic has exposed many realities which we were not aware of or we did not fully appreciate. And the pandemic has given opportunity for us to really pause and to think how we can do better, how we can become more sustainable and appreciate the cyclical systems that nature has put us in. We cannot just simply think in a linear fashion. We want to have a green recovery. We don't want to go back to the old way of doing things. We need to learn the lessons. We need to be empathetic. That was a clear message here from our panelists. We need to look at the social angle. Even when we talk about finance, we need to consider these aspects. And our consumption, another message, it needs to be responsible. This is a very important that each of us as individuals, that we can actually change from today, have more responsible way of living and consumption. And ultimately, we need to stay optimistic, really to keep going, to move forward. We have to be optimistic, and we need to look for opportunities of how we can enhance value, not just exploit it. That's been not been working. We need to enhance value in the societies that we find ourselves in, where we're working or we're doing business, and also in the environment. Enhance the environment, or else we will suffer some more disasters or pandemics and challenges if we really don't learn our lessons. So thank you again to our panelists for an excellent, lively discussion. And I hope our audience has benefited and will take into to heart and to action the points raised by our esteemed guests. Thank you all. Stay safe. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
My pleasure.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome everybody to the Dhaka Forum, the virtual conference on post-COVID-19 emergence. Today's panel will be discussing the data intelligence in COVID-19 response. We have three distinguished panelists amongst us. Jeff Mulgan, Professor of Collective Intelligence, Public Policy and Social Innovation at University College London, and who was the ex-director of Prime Minister's Strategy Unit at UK, and also the former CEO of Nesta, which is the innovation organization in UK, now helping many governments and organizations around the world. We have Catherine Townsend, who's the Chief Operating Officer of data.org. The name suggests that you have all the data in the world, so we don't have anything outside of that organization. Rohan Samarajiva, Chairman of Learn Asia Sri Lanka, who's had extensive career in data, in ICT policy, in teaching, telecom regulation, and name it. So he can talk from many different hats, wearing the many different hats. So welcome, Jeff, Catherine, and Rohan. Data and COVID. So it's famously said that the world's data, 90% of the world's data was generated in the last 2 years. We've all heard this. So I don't know what it means. Maybe you can explain this to me. But when we think about data, today I was having a discussion with a lot of my colleagues about what does data mean when we think of that word. To some, it means an Excel spreadsheet. So all structured and it's like lines and columns and all of that, rows and columns. To some, it means big data, no structure, high velocity, data being generated through the actions that we take by sending SMS or by calling people or by even chatting on the phone or being on the social media. To some, it means data has to be private. So we have to really think about privacy, confidentiality. To different people, data means different things. But what does it mean in the context of COVID? And how can data help us doing COVID-19 response? And that is really what we're here to talk about. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples. I've been in discussion with this one organization from New York, which is trying to create a new kind of a passport, which will also have health data. Because now any international travel requires a COVID-19 negative certificate, and that is data. So how does that come into the passport? So how do you merge international travel document data with health data? Two different worlds altogether. Then let's take the case of syndromic surveillance, using potentially data from the telcos to identify where disease progression is happening for COVID, even before testing was done. So in the context of Bangladesh, we set up about 4 months ago a system where people can call in and can report their symptoms. And based on that reporting, and so far about 10 million plus people have called in, based on those symptoms, you can get a fairly good idea of where the disease is progressing the fastest. And there is a lot of noise in the data, but even with that noise, you can actually predict, in the case of Bangladesh, we can predict about 7 to 10 days ahead of time before even testing begins, that there is a disease cluster forming or a hot zone forming in part of the country. So another type of data. So we're really seeing now emergence of non-traditional sources of data helping us with COVID response. We never really probably thought that telco data would give us a disease surveillance form in the way that we have done it. And many other countries have done this as well, not just Bangladesh. We're also seeing unusual suspects coming together. So we're seeing epidemiologists, data scientists, economists coming together to deal with data to provide COVID-19 response. So this unusual or unconventional data sources and unconventional marriage among stakeholders, I think characterizes how we are dealing with data and how data is really helping us in the COVID-19 response. Let me go to our first panelist, Catherine Townsend, the Chief Operating Officer of data.org, which contains all data of the world, at least, because that's what the name suggests. So Catherine, from where you sit, what has been your experience in how the world of data is really helping with COVID-19 response. So how are I've talked about a couple, but from your experience, please talk about what you have seen and how the mindset of how we deal with data is changing. So data has silos. So when we think about data, it has organizational silos. It has boundaries. So how maybe that's melting away, how data standards are emerging perhaps so that we can do intelligent and unprecedented data sharing, but also make sure that we're not violating privacy. So what have you seen? What do you recommend going forward?
Well, thank you so much, Anir, for having me here, and thank you, Dhaka Forum, also. So as Anir said, I'm COO of data.org, which interestingly does not have all of the data in the world, but we are a new organization that is seeking, or a revamped organization that was started in 2000, and we relaunched in January, and we're seeking to build the field of data science for social impact. So we're really looking at building partnerships and a platform for partnerships so that many different kinds of organizations and individuals can come together to tackle some of the world's most intractable problems. And that absolutely includes health insecurity and disaster and disease outbreak, including with COVID. So Anir, you ask a really interesting question of how are we seeing this evolve, and what are the things that we're excited about, or that I'm excited about. I think the places where I'm most hopeful in the response to COVID and in how data is being used is in counting and identifying those who are most vulnerable. In any kind of disaster and in any disaster response, there's always a risk and a pattern of deepening the divide of those who are most strongly affected by disasters. And so it's really the challenge of the moment is how can you recognize the immediate problems and how can you build in long-term sustainable safety nets or recovery and coming back to growth and coming back to stability for communities that are hit the hardest. And data has been really able to show how complex and how much havoc COVID-19 and the response to COVID-19 has wreaked on many, many vulnerable communities. And we're seeing the ways of using data to do prediction of how bad this could get, especially for one example from an organization that we work with, Community Solutions, which works with homeless populations, and recognizing that the vulnerability in housing is going to actually increase the homelessness population, at least in the US, by about 250,000 is the current prediction. And that could rise based on many different factors of financial insecurity and health risks, the inability to quarantine or to group in with larger houses and homes. But without having any kind of data sharing, that data collected or sharing across the different nodes, across the different cities, across the different kinds of organizations that look at those problems, it would be basically impossible to identify the incoming risk and to advocate amass resources, amass people to help in the response. And so that's one example, and it's from one country, but that's the kind of work that needs to happen and is currently happening at the global scale. And I think the real recognition that we have with the response to COVID or with any advancement with data and with data science is that the insights that you have are only as good as the data that you collect. And the data that you have and that you collect, as you recognize, it can come from telcos, it can come from satellites, it can come from sensors. But unless it's really integrated, trusted, and verified by the people that it most directly represents and directly affects, then it's not going to tell you the real story. And the solutions and the insights that you draw from it aren't going to be able to land and solve the problems. So in any analysis and in any policy or program or public-private partnership response that we put together, we have to integrate the frontline groups that are directly affected and have that feedback loop, that multidisciplinary and that diverse coalition of different kinds of organizations and actors and expertise in order to ensure that the insights that we draw and that the solutions that we create are lasting and are real.
Great. Catherine, let me ask a follow-up question to you as well. Now, a lot of the times when we get data, there's a lot of noise. When we set up the syndromic surveillance in Bangladesh, and I've seen this in other countries whom I've talked to, that there is so much noise that the first effort becomes cleaning up the data. So before you even get to something meaningful, you have to get that noise out, because with the noise, it really doesn't make any sense. You can't see anything to the noise. So what can one do to make sure the noise is reduced, or there is a meaningful noise reduction process from any of this data? So telco data, maybe satellite data, sensor data, any of this could have noise. And even survey data has noise, right? But that's something that we can intervene through human intervention. But data that comes through technology sources, it's difficult to reduce noise. What would be your recommendation to reduce noise?
So there's a quip that 90% of data science is data cleaning. And so even you can have the most sophisticated training to be the top-notch data scientist in the world, and still you're going to spend a lot of your time, as you said, with your spreadsheets and just cleaning up the information as much as possible. So how to resolve this? It may be iterative. Our technologies are improving, our information, our rapid response and growth is improving. But I think it's really important to recognize that the data really is a laborious process, and it relies on people checking and rechecking the data, asking the right questions if it's in surveys or and even in analyzing the data to be able to get the right information and the right data even to draw those insights from. So you really do need a lot of people working on the data in order to collect it and in order to clean it up. So how do we improve it? It's not an easy technical fix. And that's really important, that anything that we're doing with data and response, it's not just about as long as we have internet, although that's hugely important, that we'll be able to solve these problems. Or as long as we have the right data set, again, hugely important, that we'll be able to solve these problems. It is having that process where you have a lot of those different people who are coming in and ensuring that you're asking the right questions of the data, and that you're conducting that cleanup and ensuring that the data is true and verifiable, and is actually representing the populations or the people that you're trying to affect. But I do think that there is a potential when we're thinking of training, and especially with virtual schooling that is needing to happen increasingly, or smaller schooling pods, is what are the jobs that can be elevated and can be conducted remotely. And this need for data cleaning is going to continue. And when we talk to at data.org, when we're talking to nonprofits, when we're talking to international non-governmental organizations, when we're talking to mission-driven organizations, and they're trying to think of, how do I get my data clean? How do I get my data usable? What kind of policies and practices do I need to put in place? And who do I need to hire to fix everything? And we want everybody to have a chief data scientist and a chief scientist who's part of their strategic planning and decision-making, but it's really the entire team. It's the whole staff that needs to have some data literacy, some ability to understand how to use information and evidence in decision-making. And so it may be that it's a diverse team of people that come in and help you work on your data. And data cleaning can be something that is much easier to bring on and can have a quick turnaround to help draw out some of those insights that you need. So ask the right question. When you ask the right question, then you can better identify with the data that you have, did you need to collect another field? Did you need to ask the question in a different way to get the kind of data and insight that you were seeking? And then that, again, it's iterative, that you'll be able to have an even better data set that you can use for your work going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Let me go to our second panelist, Rohan, Chairman of Learn Asia Sri Lanka. Rohan, you've regulated telcos. And one of the things that Catherine was talking about is public-private partnership. Now, a lot of the times to make these health decisions or any other decision, let's say social safety net decisions, we may need data from the private sector. And obviously there are boundaries. There are boundaries within government. So data sharing within government is difficult sometimes. And then between government and private sector, it's even sometimes very, very difficult. We found that in the duration of COVID, but we've had to figure out very creative ways of overcoming that and then create new forms of public-private partnership. So from your perspective, what do you see must happen so that data sharing arrangements within government can actually become much more productive? Data sharing arrangements between private sector and public sector can actually become meaningful, and there is that way to share that data. So what would be your recommendation on how to go about doing that?
I think it might be best, it's a very broad question, and simply getting different parts of government to share information is difficult enough without adding on the layer of getting the private sector to also contribute. And then there are issues of competition, how data sharing will affect their competitive positions, and so on. So let me answer this in terms of some work that we've been doing directly connected to the disease management life cycle of things like COVID-19, not necessarily COVID-19, but diseases like that. So in an ideal sense, what you would really like is, what we are doing now is that the disease has come and we are now scrambling to figure out, to develop the models and do various things. So we are kind of behind the disease. Now, in an ideal sense, we would have had early warning. That is, before the disease comes, we would be able to pick up the signals that it's bubbling in a particular place, in a particular area, and so on. These kinds of diseases, you can generally guess that it'll be where the airports are, where the seaports are, and so on. That's where it'll come. And we've been looking at the 1918 so-called Spanish flu and how it hit Sri Lanka. And it generally came from the places where we had the international connections. But what we really need, ideally, is the term that you use, but I use it in a more, I suppose, a stricter definition of syndromic surveillance. So in the example that you use, people would be calling in, there would be an action required. So this is sort of like analogous to the old Google flu trend study. Because people are searching for information on certain symptoms, you analyze that and you make some conclusions. Because people are calling into a phone line, you are analyzing that and reaching some certain conclusions. But then there's always a question: what about the people who don't call? What about the people who, go to a doctor without making any calls, etc.? So the classic, the ideal model would be that we have all the diagnostic activity that is going on in the country at the general practitioner level, at the specialist level, etc., as people are being admitted into hospitals and so on. And this massive amount of data properly reported according to the best standards of medical practice, using the right terminology rather than approximations, would be analyzable. And this would include, now in my country, about 50% of where we have a very well functioning public health system, but about 50% of the first contact with the primary healthcare physicians, the general practitioner, the person I go to when I have a cold or a cough, is not a hospital, not the government, it's a private practitioner. And there's some money transaction there. It's only when I want to get warded that I go to the hospital. Some people do go to OPDs, outpatient departments, But there is a lot of activity going on at the private sector level at that, for coughs, colds, fevers, simple things like that. So in an ideal case, we'd be getting all this information and it would be all computer readable, maybe unstructured, but it is something that the analysis, data analytics can be applied to. So if we can do that, we'll then be able to pick up the deviations from the norm. It's the rainy season, the mosquitoes are active, so you expect certain things to be happening, but now we see something anomalous, even an unusual peak in a certain area, beyond what we expect for that month. So luckily, at Learn Asia, my research organization, in 2008, 2010, before people had smartphones, before we were talking big data, before any of this happened, we actually ran a pilot using Java applets, drop-down menus on feature phones that were with doctors' assistants rather than doctors in 2 districts, Sivaganga in India and Kurunegala district in Sri Lanka. And we ran a statistical software program, which those days was called a learning software. Today it would be everywhere, everything is called AI. When even it's not AI, today it would be called AI, but I wouldn't call it AI. I would say it's a early form of machine learning that had been developed at Carnegie Mellon. And we ran it on this data that we were collecting in these 2 districts. And we were actually able to see the anomalies popping up and how the anomalies were moving into different geographical areas. So we know that this thing can work, even though in that case we were using only the government data. So to go back to your question about how do we pull all this data together, that is, all the government diagnostic information, the symptomatic information should be coming in, should be readable, should be not hogged by people who have it. Then we should be getting information from the private practitioners. These are really challenging things in any market. I've been having discussions with, I happen to be working with the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine here, doing some of the exams and so on. So I've been talking to doctors all over the place. And it's a really challenging thing, but everybody knows we need to have this. So the question is, we know what the ideal model is, where everything is in, but are there any things that are not short of ideal, but will still do the job? So that is what we are exploring. Hopefully, if we get the funding, we will do that exploring using some forms of synthetic data, so we can do some modeling even with the imperfect data we have. But in order for it to really work, we need to ground truth it. We need to check whether the anomalies that we are seeing will then be picked up in the real data. So we are looking at mortality, morbidity data and things like that to make the checks. This is going to be challenging. It's not simply a question of changing mindsets and telling people that they got to share data. It's also that, some of these, we've timed some of these doctors, they spend 3 minutes, 5 minutes with a patient. And when you're spending that short a time with a patient, you really don't have the time to actually enter the proper symptomatic information. So this is truly challenging, but we believe that there's a real potential here. And it's an unusual circumstance, at least in Sri Lanka, that we have, where the government sector seems to be slightly ahead of the private sector in terms of their data collection practices. There's several million government patients who come to government hospitals who already have their information, even if not perfect, in computer readable or datafied form. So I think these are some very interesting issues. Now, of course, we can throw in the mobile data. I talked about health information, which can come from pharmacies, can come from private practitioners, hospitals, etc. And then you look at mobility data. That's from the mobile companies. And then there's always these issues. Now, I know that in Bangladesh, I think you have a pattern where, say, in Chittagong, there'll be a dominant phone company. And if you don't include that company's data, you won't get a representative picture. While in Dhaka, it will be quite different. So you really need to get the representativity issue as well.
Right. Thank you, Rohan. You brought in a lot of different ideas about how the different types of data can come together. In the case of Bangladesh, to develop the syndromic surveillance, obviously we have to get a lot of telco data. And interestingly, because the data sharing arrangements needed to be relooked at, we had to use the server that we use for criminal investigation. So it's in the Ministry of Home, and we use that very secure environment where legally data can come in, and we can use that data to massage and find out how to do disease progression. So that was an interesting collaboration method that we used in Bangladesh. Talking about collaboration, may I go to now our next panelist, Jeff Mulgan, Professor of University College London. Jeff, you use a term quite frequently, collective intelligence. Now, when data comes from many different sources of different formats, of different types of noise levels, perhaps. So data from human beings, data from technology sources, data that we collect deliberately, data that's generated as byproduct, data that is generated by users, all kinds of data come in. So what do you mean by collective intelligence? And talk about maybe one or two instances where collective intelligence can actually help us make meaningful decisions. So Rohan talked about health. You could pick maybe targeting for social safety net, or recovering from the many jobless decision, or rather jobs that we have lost. How do we recover from there? What kind of new skills that we will need? So talk about that. How do we apply collective intelligence into those situations?
Well, thank you, Andy, and it's good to be in Dhaka, even if only virtually. So I think, as several of you have said already, the last few months have seen an extraordinary series of experiments in how data can be brought together. Testing at very large scale, symptoms tracking, and then tracking of contacts. And if you look at the countries, or many of which have done very well, which were hit early in the crisis, Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, they've all combined lots of different kinds of data. So testing self-reported, but also using mobile phone data, credit card data to track contacts, as well as their own apps. And this has required assembly of multiple elements, and then judgments, and then understanding local patterns, and so on. For me, one of the really interesting things out of this crisis is where might we apply the same models to helping us solve problems more effectively. And all the ones you mentioned are pretty live ones, but maybe I'll just focus on jobs, because we're already seeing obviously a very massive spike in unemployment all over the world. We're seeing an acceleration of investment in automation because of the social distancing requirements in factories and shops and wholesale, making, unfortunately, robots even more attractive to investors than before. And then we'll see in many countries a sort of staggered recovery, which may leave many people unemployed or underemployed. Now, what some countries were working on anyway, including Bangladesh, was thinking about how do you shift a labor market and a welfare system to the next level? How do you make it as smart, as much as what I would call a collective intelligence as possible? And it's very parallel to what's been happening on COVID. So it does require observation, getting all the data on what jobs are available, what skills they're looking for, what they're paying, where they are. It requires prediction, which jobs are most vulnerable to automation or other trends, where might there be growth in particular sectors and places and demands, helping with assessment, not just governments assessing, but people assessing their own resilience in the labor market, and then turning that into action. And in this case, it's action by training providers, by educators, by employers, but also millions of people having to make judgments for themselves about how they will avoid the risk in 5 or 10 years of being either out of work or in a dead end job. And I see us beginning to discuss, I say, what I call collective intelligence assemblies, applied to lots of things, including jobs, but also feels like climate change, taking carbon out of the economy. There's been a lot of discussion in many countries on homelessness, with Catherine mentioned. But in all of these, it requires almost turning the society into something more like a brain, where you are combining the observations, as we do in our own brains, from our eyes and our ears, analysis, prediction, memory, creativity. It's when you link these together, you're much more likely to achieve success than if they're all siloed or separate or run by different departments and so on. And I think that's going to be one of the big lessons of the COVID crisis.
Let me ask a follow-up question to this. So what does this brain look like? I mean, we know what human brain looks like. What does the collective intelligence brain look like in society? So we have many different sources, as we have discussed. I won't cite the sources, but give us a vision of this brain.
Well, I think it requires us to change our view of our own brains. So I think in the old days, people used to think a brain had a sort of central control room somewhere there, into which all the data went and then decisions flowed down. Now we understand even our own brains are much more networked than that. They have separate modules, but which are highly linked together and help us to think and react and organize our body or our memory. And I think that's the metaphor for the future brain as well, for things like housing, welfare, jobs, health, and so on. So lots of different gatherings of data from many sources, some machines, some sensor-based, some human-based, and ideally, much of it organized in a safe, reliable way, sometimes anonymized, sometimes synthetic data sets, and certainly strong governance to ensure the data isn't abused. But then also lots of capacities for modeling, for prediction, for making sense of the data in as open a way as possible so we can scrutinize and critique and analyze the models. Organize memory, so we know what was tried in the past, what worked and what didn't work, which is very well organized in some fields, very badly in other fields. Creativity, so there's plenty of room for experiment, including often experiment at large scale to try things out, but in an open way so we can all learn. So I'm just giving a flavor of what I think is a future vision of a brain. But what's vital about it is, although government may be the initiator or curator of some of it, it has to be a shared project with society, with business, and with others. If governments monopolize this data and monopolize this intelligence, as they've often done in the past, and as some governments have been doing through the crisis, using it to strengthen their powers over the people rather than to govern with the people. That's a sense in which it requires a different mindset, a different model of how 21st century government should work.
Thank you, Jeff. You've touched on something very interesting. So this collective intelligence, data sharing. Let me go to Catherine. Now, this data sharing must mean that neurons firing from one brain, if it's a network brain, must be triggering some other brain, neurons in some other brain, right? So that's what the network, I mean, the picture that I have in mind that Jeff just painted for us is a neuron from one brain triggering neuron into another brain, which must mean that data has to be interoperable. There has to be some standard so that the neurons from one brain can travel to the neuron to the other brain. So how do we achieve that? Who sets standards? Is it the government, private sector? Is it NGOs? Is it a standard setting body? Does it get done internationally, nationally? What happens?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we have developed these international bodies, and I am a big proponent of the World Health Organization. I think that they're hugely valuable and should be supported. And I think that these coalitions and these alliances that we have globally, internationally, with different organizations working together are vital. They move slowly. That's what bureaucracies do. They operate and churn and try to find ways that they can stitch these different kinds of partnerships together. So that's why there's the benefit of the innovative approaches that sometimes it's the private sector that has the innovative approach. Sometimes, as we've heard, it is government that can do things quickly and innovatively and collect even more data. So I think the benefit here is to try to find different ways that these coalitions and these collaborations can come together. And so then the important part to remember is not what should the standard be, but who gets to be included in the conversation to define the standard. Because if the only individuals, if the only organizations represented in defining the standard are approaching what kind of data needs to be collected and how their own tools that they are already using will be able to operate and assess and understand the data, then there's a lot of organizations and a lot of innovation that gets left out. And they will find gaps in other ways. So you may have 2 interoperable standards that get set up, or thousands. So it's really important that whatever we work toward, we're keeping in mind who needs to be able to use this data, who does this information represent, and are they part of the development and the definition? And if we keep that at the forefront, then you'll be able to identify and develop standards that are truly representative, and that are lasting, workable, iterative, and in use beyond the immediate crisis.
Rohan, Catherine just talked about data from data standards, but I'm still confused about who will set standards, because let's say the case of, she talked about WHO. So WHO will set health standards, but then we need to now report for international travel some of our health information. So that's where perhaps the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, gets in. So ICAO sets maybe passport data standard. But then we may have other organizations also setting standards. So all these, maybe telco data that we talked about. So GSMA sets telco standards. So now who convenes WHO and ICAO and GSMA? So is it the UN? Is it the government? Is it some other multinational organization? What happens? Responsibility is this?
I think you are really asking for trouble here. Because just within the health sector, I supervise a number of MD students and a number of master students. Mm-hmm. And I can see the incredible gumminess, the stickiness of the procedures in the health sector itself. Mm-hmm. There's all these standards, HL7, fire, etc., etc. People have been meeting, they've been having workshops, they have trainings, and still the damn thing doesn't quite work several years down the road. Just within
we don't have time in our hands. I mean, we need to do this now.
Right. The question is, you see, there are workarounds. The whole big data approach doesn't rely on the UN getting involved and setting standards. Exactly. This is about us sort of, using brute force to work around some of these problems. So I think, that old bureaucratic model where, you create a task force with ICAO and ITU and WHO. Listen, I really don't think that's going to work. So, let the standard setting people, and most of the standard setting people tend to be completely private, not the ITU. ITU standard setting days are basically gone. Right. So we found, for example, that within a single company, now we've been working with mobile call detail records for about 7 years. Within a single company, you have different standards in the call detail record itself. But we can work around that. You write a few scripts and you can merge them. You don't need committees to deal with this stuff. So, you need to have people who get their hands dirty with the data and don't think, and that's the important thing that I've been trying to emphasize, that even for somebody like me who's comes from the policy world, from the regulatory world, I tend to work primarily with data scientists in these conversations. So every policy input that we give, influenced and informed by the actual data analysis work that we do, rather than coming at it with an old mindset. So I think that's the important thing, that the two sides have to talk to each other, the policy guys as well as the data guys.
And a lot of experimentation, right? So we need to experiment a lot. Because without that...
A simple thing like this passport business, right? Sure. I mean, even today we have, right? So that means that every machine in most countries is capable of reading that information.
Right.
So in the same way, you can put some kind of standards in there because it's a very specific requirement. Doesn't mean that, you know, everything else down the road, how the pharmacy data is collected and reported, has to be compatible and has to follow standards. So I think we need to get out of that old ITU kind of mentality and start thinking in a different way for the data age that we are living in.
Thank you, Rohan. Jeff, you talked about predictive, so data that will take us to the future. Now, because we've been so far dealing with, for the most part, dealing with data from the past. We look at data that was generated in the past and we analyze it, we visualize it, we make policy decisions. How do we do modeling? What is the role of modeling? And sometimes policymakers don't trust modeling because what do you base that on? And what is the algorithm that you use? Is it just an extrapolation? Is it much more intelligent that you use machine learning to do modeling, use AI for modeling? So where do you see the future going? So data of the future, data taking us into the future.
So by definition, there is no data of the future. There's only data of the past and present, but which can help us try and make sense of the future. And I think this year can be read in two opposite ways. On the one hand, in the last few months, there's been more debate on models than I've ever seen before. Mainly the models of how of our numbers, how the pandemic might spread, how it's affecting different groups, etc., etc. And this is in the mass media in ways you don't normally get models discussed. Some of them, and then there's been analysis of their underlying assumptions, which has then been challenged, shown to be wrong. They've then been improved. For example, in the UK, there's been about 10 competing models through the crisis, mainly open. And in a way, that's been a healthier story than used to happen with economic models, which were often relied on to predict the economy, but then turned out to be disastrous when something like the financial crisis happened and none of the models got it right. So on the one hand, I think we're moving towards it being a normal that for any phenomenon, which could be the future of jobs or future housing need or pandemic spread, it will be assumed there will be some competing models out there, and any decision maker should not rely on a single model, but be having several of them interrogating each other. The disappointment of this year is how the AI world has been contributed so little, in fact, to the crisis. And there's been a bit of a sort of one of these periodic shocks to the confidence, perhaps of the whole field, perhaps because it has overhyped and overpromised in the last few years. But very few of the serious and effective actions on COVID have in fact relied on very much AI at all. I mean, obviously it's part of everything, but the machine learning hasn't been very useful. But that in part, it goes back to your question, because of course there isn't a lot of time series data on COVID, which only appeared in the world last November. So my hope is that we move into the future, as I say, to assuming there will be models all the time helping us, guide us, being smart about the data going into those models, and so not fetishizing them or believing they can predict things they can't predict. And hopefully we will get, as in many other fields, my big hope is new hybrids of collective intelligence and AI, where it's the combination of the machine learning, but also human judgment and human learning, but done in as transparent a way as possible, helps us all collectively be a bit smarter, whether about pandemics or economic recoveries.
Thanks, Jeff. Catherine, let me ask you a question. We hear this term called data as a service. What does that mean? So how do we make sure that data can be offered as a service, and that could potentially allow us to interoperate as well? So talk about data as a service a little bit.
Well, I think data is a service when people have the tools or have the literacy in order to actually make sense of the data and actually apply it and use it in their own lives. And so I'm hopeful that a lot of the work that's being done and a lot of the work that's coming out is in making data more accessible for individuals and for organizations to integrate it in how they make decisions and how they structure their own organizations and choose their own path. And I think what we've seen is that data is now a ubiquitous term. It's on everybody's lips. And so understanding the necessity and the requirement to have some data literacy and how to integrate and how to work with data is very vital. But there's still a huge divide between those who can run the sophisticated analysis and who have access to large and big data sets, that have access to data centers to run computation in order to bring in those insights into their work. And so how we lower that threshold and how to make that data more accessible so that it can be more integrated. That's what I think the potential is for building this field of data science for social impact. Is that if you have more data scientists that are choosing not just to work in the private sector, not just to work on this large scale analysis, but actually to come into our NGOs, come into our social sector organizations, and to come into our governments and come into public service. That's going to be where we're really having better decisions, better procurement, better ideas shared across different sectors. Right now, what we largely have is governments are looking to the private sector to help them make those decisions. Nonprofits are looking to the private sector to help them make their decisions, how to integrate data, what kind of tools, what kind of models they need to be using. And so what we need is better information shared and more technologists serving in many different kinds of organizations so that we can have a broader conversation about what's needed and a broader understanding of what kind of information, what kind of tools we'll need to use in order to reach social and mission-driven goals.
Catherine, thank you. You used the term data literacy. Let me ask Rohan, how do we develop data literacy within the public sector? So I'll just specifically focus on the public sector, which is trying to make a lot of very important decisions about health, about social safety nets for the new poor that have emerged, about the new form of reskilling and upskilling that we must have, not just because of fourth industrial revolution, but because of COVID now, which has accelerated many types of automation on new types of skills requirements. So data literacy is a must. What does this mean? How do we develop it in the public sector?
Well, let's be realistic. Let's take the data, the findings that we had for the longest time, which is survey data, random sample data, margin of error, confidence intervals. How many people in government? I mean, I keep going in and out of government. I know what the game is there. How many of these people actually know about random sampling? How many of them are able to assess the quality of service?
Know that,
sometimes you have somebody.
Can we?
No, that's the point, right? So that's what I'm getting at. So some people will say, "Oh, you're doing this survey and you don't have, how big is your sample?" That's the only question they ask. The real answer of to whether the sample is adequate or not, it doesn't rely on the size of it. It just relies on the population that you're working with, right? So we've managed all these years because in general, in the Bangladesh government as well as in the Sri Lankan government, we are run by generalists who don't really know in depth anything. So that's what we got to deal with. Now, for them to understand algorithms, etc., is, I think, unrealistic. I think what we can have is that the people who are working who are doing the analytics, who are providing the insights, have a responsibility to tell the story. So what we do when we present findings based on the CDR data, the mobile metadata that we were using, is that we show it with ground truth examples. We say, here are the roads that you travel on, and here's the traffic pattern that we see at these times, and so on. And if there is an anomaly, we are very clear about what the anomaly is, something that they don't expect from common sense. The sad part of most of the big data work that we've done is that, in fact, what we are doing is we are reaffirming and confirming generally what people knew. But when we do, we are lucky and we get some anomalous result. We then very carefully tell the story so that they can make the judgment without having to sort of trust us that we are good. So ground truthing is, I think, very important in communicating to these people. We need to tell a good story. Now, some level of, some understanding of what representativity means. So, for example, one of the key issues that we have is that in a lot of countries, we have multiple mobile operators. You have people coming from outside, taking data from one company, and then making conclusions about all kinds of things about that country without knowing the context of what's going on there. That in fact, this company has got very asymmetrical market shares in different parts of the country. So you really need that contextual information. That's why you need teams. This is not a single person sport. You need teamwork, and you need a lot of peer review and discussion.
Thank you, Rohan. Let me come to Jeff. In terms of collaboration, I think we've talked about different types of collaborative models for collective intelligence. Is there a model that you see emerging in some countries that can actually provide lessons to other countries? Again, context may differ. So we can talk about South-South, we can talk about North-North, North-South. So are you seeing maybe generalizable models of collaboration so that data sharing is happening? I'm not talking about the technology standards. I'm talking about organizational boundaries melting away, creating new forms of teams that are coming together that Rohan just talked about. Are you seeing some replicable models?
There's definitely no place which is the perfect answer. I mean, in some respects, this is why, again, COVID is interesting. The world of medicine is in some respects far ahead of other fields in that it's taken for granted that you understand randomization or data or what is evidence. And there are norms of sharing findings globally straight away, not always followed. But anyway, it's much closer to being a truly intelligent system than most other areas of public policy. Through this crisis, as in other things, I think I've been particularly impressed by some countries like Taiwan, which perhaps helped by having a hacker as a digital minister, has been showing both how you can link together data in far more sophisticated ways, but doing it in a way which is ultra transparent and accountable rather than being, as it were, the big brother state. And once that is happening with civil society very much the partner of the government, then collaboration becomes more of a habit. And I think we're beginning to also see new rules being implemented. Some of this is about culture, but some is rules, such as if you are getting money from the government, there should be a requirement that you are sharing your data on performance and results in easily machine-readable open forms. And those are the necessary conditions for a more intelligent, collaborative society. And again, my hope is this crisis will have accelerated our understanding of that. And the next two fields to apply at our jobs on the one hand, but climate on the other, and common standards, carbon emissions, all the way through supply chains linked ultimately into capital markets. That's the big potential gain 5 or 10 years out from all of this. And that will then underpin much more normal collaboration on things like retrofitting houses or transforming energy systems.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. So I have a last question to all three of you, maybe 1 minute each. I'll start with Catherine. So what kind of incentive can we create for data collaboration? Same question to all three of you.
I think we need to get out of this the mindset that that progress and growth is entirely about your personal identity or about the wealth. I think if we really recognize that solving problems, and if we can create a culture and support a culture where if you solve the most interesting, the most difficult, the most intractable problem, then you've done the greatest service, and that's where people get their identity and their advancement from. Then I think that would be the best incentive. And scientists do that all the time. Health professionals do that all the time. And so if we have this service mindset, then and we elevate and popularize the people who are really solving big problems, then I think that would be the greatest shift and the greatest reward that we could have coming out of this.
Great. Thanks, Catherine. Rohan, incentives.
I feel what we really need to do to get particularly people in government to share data is to give them incentives, just exhorting them to be good, exhorting them to give data. And giving data is a costly activity. Even when we were getting data from the phone companies, we wanted it in pseudonymized form. That means they had to use their computer resources, their time to pseudonymize it and then give it to us. And that was not part of their KPIs when their performance was being assessed. Nobody was going to ask how quickly did you give data to Learn Asia, right? So we need to create incentives. These simple, straightforward economics. Give incentives. Make sure that they have benefits from giving data, sharing data.
Thank you. Jeff, what kind of incentive will work?
So I think you can go some way with love and goodwill, and a lot of people are willing to share if it helps. For other people, incentives help, undoubtedly. But actually, I think the best answers to this are, as they always have been, are actually requirements. So for censuses, which have been around for well over 150 years, you're legally required to share that information. The stuff we've done in things like banking fields, it's much more efficient just to make it a legal requirement. You make the data open rather than paying them for doing what they should be doing anyway. So I hope we will move to an era where this is a legal norm and actually doesn't require incentives, because actually will face penalties if you hoard your data, whether you're a bureaucrat hoarding data in one department or a company, hoarding it from the consumers, or for that matter, we as citizens not being willing to share at least some of our data with the rest of society. Maybe that's an old-fashioned view, but I hope it will be a norm in the future.
Okay, so love to requirements. Okay, so we have the whole gamut covered. That's great. That's great. Wonderful. Thank you to all our panelists. Jeff Mulgan, Professor of Collective Intelligence, Public Policy and Social Innovation at University College London. Catherine Townsend, CEO of Data.org. And Rohan Samarajiva, Chairman of Learn Asia, Sri Lanka. So thank you to all of you. I'd like to just conclude on, just maybe summarize. I don't think I'll do justice. I can not possibly do justice to this very, very rich discussion that we just had. But I think collaboration, the word collaboration, I heard many times. And all facets of collaboration. So collaboration in the form of collaboration within government, across government departments, across private and public. But then one form of collaboration, I think when we talk about collaboration, we don't necessarily think about is the kind of team that we need to bring together. So team of different disciplines that need to come together to what Jeff called it. So combining artificial intelligence with human judgment. So we can have a machine learning specialist, an AI computer scientist coming together, but there is a policymaker, an epidemiologist, and an economist that probably have to sit together to make that decision. So when we talk about collaboration, it often gets lost that we need these multidisciplinary teams. I think that came across very loud and clear from what you've said. Standards you talked about. So data standards, again, in the world of rapid fire crisis, such as COVID, if we take the old school, and I think Rohan talked about ITU quite a few times based on his regulatory environment, regulatory experience. So if we take that old school standardization process, then it's just not going to work. We'll just have people dying while we set standards. And more people will die when we set the next version of the standard. So there has to be some kind of an experimentation model, do it right away, ask for forgiveness later, not getting permission. So something that has to be a different paradigm of standard setting. And who does that? Who convenes? Maybe one thing I've seen is that video conferencing that become the new norm. Some of the standards of protocol have actually melted. So I'll give you one example where we had multiple ministers would come together to make a decision. In this case, we had to have 6 ministers coming in: health, social safety net, local government, home minister, ICT minister had to come in to make a decision on how we would use data together. And typically what we would have happen is that we would have to call a physical meeting and would have to find the senior most minister and then all of us go there And there's this huge protocol. That meeting process would take several weeks, getting them together and then meeting minutes and all of that. This happened in a matter of 16 hours because nobody needed to sit at the head of the table. There is no head of the table in Zoom, right? So a different bureaucracy is emerging. I call it the WhatsApp bureaucracy because we've made so many decisions over WhatsApp. So that's another thing. So the data standardization could potentially happen over WhatsApp, maybe WhatsApp standardization. I don't know. I mean, something to think about. And the last thing that I would just end with is the importance of human judgment. I think we use technology far too much today. So the Imperial College prediction that came out early in the COVID period took us by surprise, but that also, I think, destroyed in some sense the predictive modeling that we were going to do, because it made such bombastic projections of how many people would die that it was not taken seriously, at least in Bangladesh. So I think we need to apply human judgment in the modeling that we do, and so in the future of artificial intelligence and machine learning, I think the humans will also have a fairly important role to play, I think, in the data world. So thank you again, panelists. We are going to end the virtual conference of Dhaka Forum on data intelligence in COVID-19 response. We've had a fantastic discussion. Thank you very much, panelists.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Hope you are doing well and staying safe in these unprecedented times. I am Arnav Kapoor and I lead the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's philanthropic partnerships work in India and South Asia. I'm also part of our core team, which is working on the overall COVID-19 response for the foundation in India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Indonesia. Thanks a lot for joining this session today on rethinking healthcare at the Dhaka Forum, which has been organized by LCPR and A2I. We have with us today very senior leaders who will share their perspectives from very unique vantage points, from a government perspective, from educational institutions, from private sector. And we have with us His Excellency Dr. Murad Hassan, who is the State Minister, the Ministry of Information for the Government of Bangladesh. We have Dr. Umar Ibrahimisa, who is an infectious disease specialist at the National Health Service at London, UK. We have Dr. Rajan Manika, who is the founder and CEO at Holista Coltech. We have Dr. Mushtaq Mahmood, who is an associate professor at the Case Western University. Thanks a lot for all of our panelists for joining this session. As all of you are aware, the present world continues to struggle to add new dimensions to the overall healthcare system ever since the COVID-19 has put us into a situation which we've probably never faced before. And this is our wake-up call to ensure that we have future-proof healthcare systems for a post-COVID-19 world. The aim of this panel discussion is twofold. One, to discuss the existing gaps and collectively find ways to redesign the healthcare system to fundamentally equip us to handle future pandemics and to have better research platforms in the healthcare sector and how we can all collectively build performance-oriented healthcare systems. With that, I'll come to Dr. Hassan, His Excellency Dr. Hassan first. Sir, COVID-19 has ignited a new global agenda, where the path of innovation must be replicated in public health service provision. Technologies and digitization has the potential to enhance local health and support. Globally and in Bangladesh as well, we are seeing an increasing inclusion of technology, both in telemedicine and also in identifying hotspots, which is particularly important from the COVID-19 response. As a professional doctor yourself, His Excellency, as well as steering the Ministry of Information, what is your opinion on how big a role does information technology play in providing good healthcare?
First, I want to say I'm honored and privileged that Dhaka Forum invited me. I'm really honored. As a doctor, I want to say the information technology, it is much more important. It is like a part and parcel during this pandemic, coronavirus or COVID-19. As you know, every single thing now is online. By video call, we can give advice, treatment for coronavirus or non-COVID patient. Any human being in anywhere around the globe with the doctors or the specialist, we can give treatment. In my country, last 3 months, 8,000 people of Bangladesh has taken the medical advice by my 200 doctors who are working at my telemedicine center. It is named as my telemedicine center, Amar Doctor Shathi Achi Sarakon. Every single day, morning 10 a.m. to night, after 1 a.m., our service is going on in Bangladesh since last 3 months. So, in Bangladesh, we are using this information technology by BTRC, Bangladesh Tele-Regulatory Commissions and Telecommunication Ministry, ICT Ministry, My Information Ministry, and Health Ministry also working for this information technology-based medical service system. I know in the first world countries who are working on it from before, like 10 or 20 years before, they are much more ahead than us. In Bangladesh, we are just developing our total system so gradually. So last 12 years, when the Prime Minister, the daughter of the father of the nation, Janonetri Sheikh Hasina, Honorable, she is the true leader who is the inspiration for the whole nation and the country. She declared the digital Bangladesh on 2008 before the 9th parliament election. From that moment, from the December of 2008, Bangladesh is marching towards to make the Bangladesh as digital Bangladesh, as based on information technology. And you know, the name of the Shajib Wajid Joy, who is the honorable advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. You know about Shajib Wajid Joy, he is the son of the our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. He is a specialist, he's an expert, and information technology specialist. He is very renowned around the world. And he is working since 2008. So I am confident that by using information technology, not only medical system, all the single systems are already made easier for every single people. Every after 100 years, it is happening like pandemic. So we are facing after 100 years what is happened in 1920. So I want to say in 2020, this pandemic situation, it is very important for everyone to be connected by online or by internet. You know, in Bangladesh, there are 10 crores, more than 10 crores of people are using internet in Bangladesh. And there are around 5 crores of people who are using social media like Facebook. And in Bangladesh, there are all the applications, all the apps in online are very much available. We made it. Our government made it. And you can see that Bangladesh progressed a lot on the information technology and ICT, Information Communication and Technology Ministry. We are working very hard. We are working sincerely and seriously. And we are working in Bangladesh in this pandemic situation, COVID-19 situation. We are virtually connected to the entire world from Bangladesh. All the ministers, all the secretaries, all the officials, government, non-government, corporate, and all other professionals are working by virtual media. Like we are now talking from Bangladesh. I am at my residence of my constituency, you know. It is named as Shorishabadi Upachela. It is an union, the smallest unit of our local government structure. So I am right now in my village, in my home. From there, I am connected to the Dhaka Forum's panel discussions.
You know, it's great that you're leading the response on the ground, and also that how various ministries, you know, communication, information, health, are working together, you know, to leverage technology, especially the telemedicine program, to help shape the response. You know, and it's also serving as an exemplar for other countries. And it's also noteworthy, you know, to outline the Digital Bangladesh program, which has set the ground rails for rapid digitization across the country and which is playing a big role today. Your Excellency, I'll come back and discuss government's Digital Bangladesh program a little later and your perspectives on the healthcare aspect of Digital Bangladesh. But now I'd like to move on to Dr. Umar Ibrahim Isa to get his perspectives, you know, from a health systems expert. Dr. Umar, healthcare systems around the world are in stress. You know, rising number of COVID-19 patients are seeking treatment, you know, pushing hospitals to the brink of collapse. You know, as you are aware, in countries like India, Bangladesh, US, healthcare is largely privatized. And in an effort to cut costs, you know, many hospitals have actually reduced staff and stretched resources, you know, that are now urgently needed. We're also seeing that many clinics and hospitals are overwhelmed. You know, per experts, state-run healthcare systems, you know, are proving to be more robust. to deal with the crisis. In many countries, this has also sparked a discussion and a debate about whether health should be a public good versus outsourcing it to the private sector. Over to you, Dr. Umar, to get your perspectives on that.
Thank you very much, Arnav, and I'd like to thank Dhaka Forum for inviting me to participate in this. It's an honor. I am a jobbing doctor. My perspective is very much from the base of someone working within the hospital system in the UK. But I think what you've mentioned, Arnav, about the challenges that coronavirus has placed in our path is very succinctly detailed by the UN General Secretary when he says that the pandemic itself has exposed and exacerbated vulnerabilities and inequalities within and among countries. That it is confirmed that the systems we depend on are not only increasingly interdependent, but increasingly fragile. And that it will lead us to re-examine long-standing assumptions and reconsider the approaches that we have taken to the basic problems that we face. And as you said, we faced a situation earlier this year where, in the European context, hospitals in Italy, in Spain, and before that in Iran were entirely overwhelmed by patients, where stories came out of wards where in advanced states with easy access to healthcare and with government provision of healthcare. In Spain and Italy, we're not dealing with a tension between private and public healthcare. Healthcare is publicly provided, and there's relatively straightforward access to intensive care facilities. There's a widespread presence of medical specialists, not just frontline medics. Yet, even in that situation, there were stories of patients coming into hospital and decisions having to be made as to who gets treatment and who is denied treatment because of the lack of resource. So a sudden surge that dramatically transformed the landscape in societies that were used to very high levels of healthcare provision. And as a result, I don't think that the problems we have faced are purely an issue of public versus private healthcare. And we see that in the UK. I sit in a country today where we may have lost 60,000 lives in the last 4 or 5 months. 60,000 more people would have died than they would have normally died here. Now that is no great feat in itself. The achievement of any state, the achievement of any government, whether in a democracy or outside of that, is the ability to secure the well-being of its population. And what we see in the Western world, what we see in the US, what we see in the UK, is a failure of the state to do that. We're almost from those terms, you could describe it as a failed state situation. On both sides of the Atlantic, in a system where there's private healthcare that predominates and in one where public healthcare is the mainstay of provision. And I think what has happened in the UK, certainly over the last 7 years, is the destruction of our public healthcare facilities. If you think of medical care as being made up of 3 elements: primary care, your general practice, the ability for people to come and seek care as soon as they need it with a practitioner who specializes in all conditions, and then hospital-based care, where specialists deal with a narrower spectrum of disease, and public health, which is in all states very closely associated with government and is the main means by which we find out whether something is unwell in the body public. And over the last 7 years, Public Health England, the responsible body for public health in the UK, has lost 40% of its budget. it has lost a lot of its laboratory capacity. And that means the loss of specialized staff. It means the loss of physical facilities. And this has particularly been an issue in the early stages of the pandemic here, where we were unable to ramp up the rate of testing that we were carrying out, unlike, say, the South Korean state. Despite having a world-leading biotechnology sector, and despite having a public health system that was rated as being very effective. And we have also had problems in our public health system with contact tracing. We've seen the government here has decided to set up a parallel system, a national network, almost undermining local structures through local directors of public health, where there are about 5,000 staff in 130 different local units who were not drafted in the early stages for contact tracing. So before the epidemic took hold, we had many opportunities to control it, and we didn't make use of that. So coming back to your question, what this illustrates is that the issue is not one simply of public versus private. It is one of how well funded our healthcare system is. It is one of how well supported it is. And it is how effective our public health networks are. Whether, first of all, we can identify problems on the ground, and whether we have the means of resolving them subsequently.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Omar, for sharing your perspectives. Certainly we at the Gates Foundation believe that all lives have equal value. So I agree with you totally. That the state needs to look at how it can, provide healthcare to all and enable the institutions to do so. I think COVID maybe provides an opportunity for us to reimagine and reform these healthcare systems and address these problems. I'll come back to you to dig a little deeper, especially on the funding aspect, the primary healthcare aspect, and the regulation aspect that we just spoke about. So we've heard from government, we've heard from a healthcare institution. It'll also be great to get some views from private sector and natural medicine perspective. So Dr. Rajan, as world is trying to find a vaccine, in the meantime, people are also looking to build their immunity and are taking, precautionary measures, to be virus free. In many South Asian countries and also across, people are consuming, stuff like turmeric, vitamin tablets, etc. At Holista Coltech, which is a research-driven biotech company, what's your view on, using of natural resources in wellness products to build immunity? What kind of wellness products you are coming out with, and is there also any research that outlines the efficacy, of these products to help to prevent COVID-19 till we have the vaccine? The floor is yours, Dr. Rajan.
Thank you, Arnav. Thank you again, the Dhaka Forum, for this kind invitation. I think this pandemic has made people rethink about what I call the 2H. First is health, specifically immunity, because we realized that not all getting COVID were not dying from it, right? So the immune system was very important. And also those who were dying were those who had problems like diabetes or obesity and old age, right? So I think there's a big push towards health, H. The other H is the hygiene aspect of it. Health and hygiene have become the forefront. Consumers now are paying more time to hand sanitization, social distancing, and all those things where you want to keep clean. So I think in the scope of that, natural medicine has abundant resources. It's entirely sustainable and fully scalable to meet a response to a pandemic like this. For example, we have approaches from a botanical base, plants, turmeric, neem, mushroom like lingzhi, ashwagandha or ginseng, where we are boosting adaptogens which boost immunity. We also have them from a food-based perspective, beta-glucans, and similar immunoglobulins coming from milk. We also have them from a vitamin perspective, right? Vitamin C, vitamin D. I think there have been a lot of moderators. There's a lot of information on how vitamin D can moderate the immune system. For example, in COVID now, we found those who are dying are more likely to die when they have a very low vitamin D status. And we, in that sense, we are working towards a water solubilizing vitamin D, making it much more bioavailable, which means that you achieve lower, much higher doses of blood with lower and lower doses of vitamin D, but also faster, and that also becomes more cost effective. So, and there's a lot of research with vitamin C and vitamin D that we don't need to go into here. There's a lot of research in terms of turmeric, and there's a lot of research coming from food-based, especially amino acid-based compounds, lysine, glycine, right, in terms of boosting immunity. And I think that the much better response would be to eat right, in the pandemic. I think people are doing that, and that's seen the push in, at least in the businesses that I know in the United States, in Malaysia, in Australia, is a push towards vitamin supplements, push towards natural supplements, a push towards vitamin C. So I think that these are major opportunities that have brought now in the forefront once again, because we don't now depend on a drug or a vaccine because there's none, right? So you have to go back to feeding your body, feeding your immune system with compounds, plant-based, food-based, animal-based, that actually boost the immune system. And I think that is a very powerful way, forward. Now, also, we find in a pandemic like this, people are also looking to sanitize. And again, there are natural-based sanitizers. We work with one in particular that kills pathogens that we've even tried to kill COVID-19, the surrogate COVID-19 in a British lab, so the feline coronavirus, which is accepted as a surrogate of COVID-19 worldwide. And being able to sanitize with natural compound also is very, very important. In fact, we are pioneering the development of a nasal balm because the nose is one of the weakest points of entry for pathogens, especially airborne pathogens, because it's dark, it's damp, it's warm, and it affords a very conducive media with the nasal mucosa and mucus secretions, where it can then attack into the throat and the lung. So I think that as consumers become more aware, they will look towards natural medicine where they can self-medicate. They will look at, especially when there's no drug and no vaccine, right? Even in the area of vaccine, I believe that in Ayurveda, which I'm not the expert on, but I have knowledge of, there are significant approaches in using nanoparticles, nano-gold in particular, lehanas and basmas, which are given to infants at birth to boost their immunity. Lehana actually means licking, by licking. And the infants are made to lick nano-gold particles, honey, ghee. And these not only boost the digestion of the mother's milk, but also boost the immunity. We've done work specifically in preclinical models where the gold nanoparticles in particular have been able to improve the immune response to antigens, specifically respiratory viruses, of which the coronavirus is one. So I think that the natural medicines offers an amazing opportunity, and at this point in time, the really truly viable option, especially when you do not have a drug and will not likely to have a vaccine for a period of time.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. I think the mantra that I hear from you is natural all the way. And it's great to see that you're also doing a lot of research in this area, to bring more awareness for the consumers and the public at large. Thank you. Dr. Mushtaq Mahmood, I want to come to you now. We've seen that populated South Asian countries, specifically such as Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, may take a long time to actually recover fully from COVID, even when the vaccines are introduced. And many experts are saying that the people in this region need to make behavioral changes, in alignment with medical suggestions to change their lifestyles, medication, etc. What could be those, these advices, to adapt in medical terms that might help people to carry on their lives while actually minimizing the risk of COVID-19 while it still persists? Over to you, Dr. Mahmood.
Thanks, Arnav. Thank you so much for inviting me. This is a very difficult time that the civilization is going through. The differences between a human being and any animal on earth is the adaptability. We, the human being, can adapt to the situations, but the animal can't. If I give you an example very far away, when we came to know that the raw milk has a lot of bacteria like listeria, brucellosis, tuberculosis, salmonella, we started pasteurizing the milk. So we adapted a system, and that became a normal. That's the story from 1900, early 1900. But let's talk about 9/11 event. After the fall of the Twin Tower, we have adapted so much in our aviation system. Now it's very usual. I know I'm prepared that when I go to the airport, I will be checked right and left, up and down, in and out. That became a normal. This is how this is going to be. I'm expected to be ready for that. Same way, this COVID-19 needs to train us or gave us some kind of impression that our day-to-day life has to be changed. And this is not just for now. This is not just for COVID-19. If you can remember, starting from SARS, MERS, H1N1, maybe those were not pandemic, but the message was always the same, that we have to do something different that we are doing right now. Because why do you have to do that? We have to survive. Why do we need to changes? Because we want to win the nature. We want to make sure the nature is not dominating us, the bad part of the nature, because survival of the fittest, that's why we have to do it. COVID-19 today, as I'm talking, has taken about 640,000 people dead from us. This is a great loss for the civilization. And 401 million cases in USA. So this is a pandemic. This is a war. So we have to really change our behavior as we want to survive more. We want to take the human civilizations more. So how can we fight with this war, which is a long-lasting? So there could be two ways, right? Number one is a medical approach. Maybe we're waiting for the vaccine. Maybe we are waiting for the antiviral. And of course, we have to support the diseased person who is in the hospital. We need oxygen, we need ventilator, we need ECMO, all those stuff. Even the vaccine, if we get the vaccine, we are not 100% sure that that vaccine is going to be effective. And then you talk about changing the strain. This year is this strain, maybe next year it will be different strain. You cannot keep bringing vaccine. And then the antiviral, we don't even have any right antiviral at this time. Who knows, in the next 5 years, there'll be another attack by another virus. There'll be another new antiviral, we don't have it. So the other approach is a non-medical approach. We say the prevention is better than the cure. So we have to adapt some of the changes in our lifestyle, which can prevent us to be sick. So if it is a non-medical approach, that's going to be a permanent. What is our goal? Our goal is to prevent the transmission from man to man. We don't want to be infected. And there's another transmission maybe from animal to man. That's how the COVID-19 has come. You have known that this is coming from a bat, and then a sea fish, and then man. That part probably we don't have much control. but we have the control from man-to-man transmission. And what are the changes we have to do to control that man-to-man transmission? I made this portion in a 3-part. It's an individual change. I have to change some of my behavior as a person. And there is some changes in my workplace, industrial change, in the school, in the churches, in the movie theater, maybe in the banks, the airports. We have to make some changes. And the 3rd part, I wanted to say that there should be some changes into the thought process, into the philosophy of the government. So let's go back to the personal change. A person, what should I make changes? This is, again, the same thing. We have been talking from 2001 when SARS came, that hand washing, having the mask, keeping a social distance. So this is the same paradigm we have been talking about, but probably WHO made a mistake from then. He did not emphasize, the agency did not emphasize that way. Then that's why we are still repeating ourselves doing the same, that we have to have a habit of frequent hand washing. We have to have the mask. The question is, the message has to be very clear why we have to have a mask. Is that it's a respiratory virus. We cannot force people. We have to make people convinced that if we touch our nose and mouth and the eyes, that's going to be transmitted. So there was a message that having hand gloves will prevent the COVID-19. People are using the hand gloves, but then again, they're touching and they're rubbing their eyes. What's the use of it? So the message needs to be communicated very well about that one. And then social distancing is a very big part that we have to do. Now, the minister was talking about the information technology. Everything has to be, as much as possible, online basis. And in fact, many people has adapted to go for online shopping, online learning, online telemedicine, then your telecounseling, virtual tour, even the entertainment that we are doing. It's all the change of the behavior. We are trying to be based on online. So that's the part that a person can change. What is the changes that a industry can do? Let's suppose in a school, let's suppose a banking, a office and business, the airports. We have to bring the technology in that area. We have to limit the people inside the office premises. In USA, the school systems are trying to make Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's for 50% of the students. And the Thursday, they will go and clean up the whole school. They wash and clean. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you have another 50% of the kids or the school people are coming. So we are adapting. The rest of the 3 days, they will study in online. Many of the offices, they have changes their cubicles. They are making 6 feet apart, the cubicles. Many of the banking, the queue has the space between the two persons. So these are the changes we are making. Some of the stores, some of the shopping malls that we are having, they have designated time that the senior citizens will be coming to the shop maybe from 7 to 8. This is normal. This is going to be a long-lasting normal. It's what I'm trying to say. This is not really for time being, because you don't know when the vaccine is coming. You don't know, even after having the vaccine, whether you won't have any other virus coming in. So this is a institutional changes that we have to adapt. Then the transportations, what should we do in the airport? We may have a thermal scan. We may have to have a rapid testing center right in the airport, because human movement makes it pandemic. One person from this country going to the other country, then another country. That's how the virus is moving. So all the entry points, we have to make some changes where we can diagnose, we can isolate the person, we can quarantine the person. Now, finally, I want to see what are the changes a government should make. Government has to bring the private agency together. There is some portion of law and enforcement. The government has to do law and enforcement. Anybody who is not putting mask needs to be punished. But again, the message has to go that you should put on your mask for your own self, because you are transmitting the disease and you are getting infected. Anybody who is trying to help to make these changes, the government should patronize that changes. Let's suppose a company is trying to set up a factory for N95 mask. This is a behavioral change that I have to put an N95 mask. Government has to change his attitude. Government has to make it easy for that company so that he can build an N95 factory. This is just for an example. So the changes has to be made in my personal level, in the places that I work, in the industrial level, and also the government has to change the laws and the enforcement and the attitude and the philosophy of their services. So I think in short, these are the new changes, but one thing I want to make sure, the changes is not for only this period of time. This is an ongoing process. The civilization is under threat. We cannot change. So we have to make a new normal. We have to have that sense of normal. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mahmood, especially for joining us so early at your time. Really appreciate it. And I totally agree that, we are running a marathon, and there's a special need to look at all the behavioral changes, personal, public, government, workplace, to reduce the infection. And I certainly strongly agree with you that, strong messaging and clear messaging is key. And I think a lot can be done in this space. I really like your point when you close down. I'll come back to discuss, how can we ensure that we sustain these changes, including use of probably nudges, because, the nudge theory has really, shown us that it can, some of these changes can be sustained. So I'll come back to discuss the same in a while. I want to come back to you, Dr. Umar. As we discussed before, COVID provides an opportunity for us to reimagine and reform healthcare system. There has been talks in Bangladesh of universal health coverage. The government has also expanded their social health insurance schemes to 8 upazilas. And it has also been good to see that the government has increased their allocation on health, but it's still at around 1% of GDP. So like we were discussing before, given your extensive experience at NHS, what's in your opinion could be the, the reform pathway, that countries like Bangladesh and others could follow to strengthen its healthcare system, looking at the public healthcare system, the regulation of private sector, or also about the increasing spending on health. So would love to get your views on that.
Thank you, Arnav. It's what's interesting from the perspective on this side of the world. So I can primarily speak of a European perspective here, is that we have been forced into a change. The impacts that Dr. Mushtaq mentioned of coronavirus, I think, can be summarized two ways on the healthcare system that's here. The route forward requires social justice. The route forward requires a recognition of the inequalities within society, and that these inequalities are fatal, that people are dying because we fail to address these problems. That, for instance, instead of us just pushing for vaccine drives, and there's a huge investment in vaccine provision here. Dr. Mushtaq made a very valid point that we have to have changes in personal behavior. We have to change the way we relate to one another. We have to wash our hands more frequently. And yet, in the world today, 758 million people, this is the UN statistic, 750 million people, that is 7 times the population of Bangladesh, have no access to clean water. How are they expected to wash their hands with that? We've devoted huge sums of money to technological responses, whether it is vaccines, whether it is treatment, but equal amounts need to be devoted to social transformation. In the UK, the greatest benefit that the UK ever had in the reduction of mortality wasn't from a vaccine, it wasn't from a medication, it was from the building of sewerage systems in Victorian England. And the presence of those basic requirements, sanitation, housing, and nutrition, are the things that will change our future. And they're the things that have plagued our past. So I see that doesn't fully answer the question in terms of specific policy points, but I think these goals need to be considered. And in terms of policies that elaborate from that, we then have to target resource where it's needed and not at those who can afford it. Otherwise, we end up with a situation, you have stories of people in Delhi. Pregnant woman in Delhi goes to 8 or 10 different hospitals from a middle-class family and is shifted from one to another because they will not admit anyone with COVID and ends up dying, she and her unborn child. That's a tragedy that we can avoid in a country that has vast resource, but that is not effectively deployed.
Thanks, Dr. Umar. I totally agree with you that COVID has exposed the lacuna, across various sectors and also across both the global north and the global south. And I'll emphasize your point on the importance of putting equity and social justice at the center, of everything that we do. Your Excellency, Dr. Hassan, we heard from you before on how Bangladesh, has been leveraging technology for COVID response. And we also know that, Bangladesh has made gains, on various health indicators, whether it's infant mortality, maternal mortality, etc., and also rapidly digitizing, as you mentioned, as part of the government's Digital Bangladesh program over the last 12 years. However, there are also certain gaps that exist. There is high out-of-pocket expenditure. There's also shortage of healthcare workers. So it would be great to get your perspectives on how Digital Bangladesh and your vision for that and how that could be applied specifically from, on the healthcare side to close the gaps I mentioned. For example, are you looking at, leveraging technology for training, creating electronic healthcare records, leveraging tools that A2I would have built, and the government has built to respond for the outbreak of dengue or tuberculosis, surveillance, etc. So over to you. It would be great to hear your vision on Digital Bangladesh from a healthcare perspective, as we go forward.
Thanks again for giving me time. Actually, Bangladesh is doing great by the leadership of our Prime Minister, not only in the digital platform. We are also revising or rebuilding our healthcare system. Around the whole world, what we saw that is very painful healthcare system. The first world, not only first world, if I say that America or like Europe, almost most of the countries failed to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. But our Prime Minister is taking the new decisions. Our Director General of Health Directorate is already changed, and new DG Health is already appointed. New Professor Dr. Khurshid Alam, and new Health Secretary is appointed Mr. Manan, Mr. Abdul Manan, and lots of changes are coming. Director of hospitals and director of other parts are being changing because we want to fight against COVID here in Bangladesh successfully. So our leader, our visionary leader is our guardian, our mother, our lighthouse, our honorable Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina. She is taking all the decisions very carefully. So I want to point it out that healthcare system is a very, very important. It is dealing with the life of the peoples. We should not forget that when we are in a structure at the governmental form, when I'm in the government, when I'm ruling power in the country, I have to be sincere and serious about the health management or medical management for my people's lives. We cannot put our people's life in danger. So every state or every country or every territory or everywhere, everyone should rethink again. Please allocate much more budget for
medical sector, health sector. We are not prepared in around the world, not only Bangladesh. Bangladesh is not a rich country. We are developing country. We are fighting to develop ourselves. And we count every people's life. Every single life is much more valuable to the government, to us. And we are rethinking that. We have to rebuild our total system. Though we have the lots of infrastructures, lots of, but it is not functioning properly because we are not used to struggle or combat or face or fight this kind of pandemic. So now the world should think again. We have to be prepared. So we should give much more importance on medical personals. They should be taken care of properly and educated properly, skilled properly, trained properly. Every single thing should be taken by the government of everywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. I totally agree with you. I think COVID-19 has outlined the importance of healthcare sector, and I think it's time for, governments across the world to actually give its due importance. It's also importance for, building the entire human capital for each country. Dr. Mahmood, we spoke about, behavior change before, and we also discussed that we need to look at behavioral changes across, different environments, personal, public spaces, government, etc. But behavior change also takes time, and it's difficult to measure. From your research, how can we ensure that we sustain these changes? And do you think like there is, use of tools like nudge theory, which has been spoken about a lot in the global fora? So would be great to get your perspectives, on the sustenance part and the uses of nudge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was listening to the last speech from the Honorable Minister. The COVID-19 is primarily a disease where it's really not very demanding in the hospital system. That 80 to 85% people are not going to the hospital. They can take care of themselves at home if we provide them with all the knowledge and technologies. So he was talking about 15% of the population who definitely needs ICU, maybe HDU, high flow oxygen, and all those. Sure, we have to emphasize that one, but at the same time, we cannot ignore the 85% people who really don't need much. They need proper advertisement. They need education. They need to understand. They need to convince themselves that this is for the sake of their survival. This is for the sake of the survival of their family members. And they have to have the access to the healthcare, easy access to the healthcare. And the sustainability of this is totally dependent on how I am convinced about it, how much knowledge I have gathered, how much I have understood the importance of that one. There's really not much of law and enforcing that in some other countries, the law and enforcement is pushing to have the mask, and the person is going with the mask inside his pocket. He's putting the mask below the nose. He's putting the mask in his neck. So he is maintaining the law, but he didn't understand why he does have to have a mask. So I think need assessment and also communicating with the people that this needs to be happening. That will make a person to sustain or to continue with the habit. Yes, changing habit takes a lot of time. Some of the things that also government can enforce, like here in America, we cannot enter any of the stores, any of the shopping malls, anything, unless I have a mask. I cannot enter in a bank unless I have a mask. So this kind of enforcement is important. Sometimes we send the reminders. Some of the newspapers here are attaching a mask in the newspaper, daily newspaper, is going to their home and having a free mask so that he gets reminded, okay, I need to go and have a mask. So some of the healthcare tips can help us to maintain the process. And the social distancing is a very big thing. We need the assistance from the government. We have to have some of the shopping malls should be open on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Maybe the other part of the shopping malls will be on the Thursday, Tuesday, Saturday. So some of the system automatically will generate the behavioral changes. The example that I gave you in the airport, we have adopted and it is sustainable. Airport, we have the security system, everything is being checked. So if we adapt some of the rules and if we enforce those, I think system is going to be sustainable that way. And of course, the ICT, the infrastructure will help us a lot to maintain the social distancing. And one more thing I have to really say and conclude, the air conditioning system of the building, any new building comes up, we have to have negative air pressure. The air has to recirculate. We have to have windows at least to open the windows to get the cross ventilation. And the building code we have to maintain. So some of the things we have learned that we have to continue for the next upcoming development to make it sustainable. That's my idea.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmood. I think, at Gates Foundation, we are big believers in, behavior change, and we also, have set up centers for social and behavior change across, different governments to help, with some of these specific issues around behavior change. Dr. Rajan, you had mentioned that you're a very strong advocate of natural medicines and herbs. And across many countries, people are strong followers now of Ayurveda, Unani, and homeopathy. Also, we call Ayush. From a healthcare systems perspective, how would you think of Ayush in our use of Ayush, natural medicines in our day-to-day lives, to help prevent similar crises? And can natural medicines be our guiding light and show us the way? We are running short of time, so I'll really appreciate if you can keep it brief. Thank you.
I think, natural medicine has been there from the beginning of time and is there today. And maybe today, the importance, the need is more important than ever. I mean, we will have a pandemic every 10 years or so. We had H1N1, we had MERS, we had SARS, right? And 40 years after AIDS, we don't have a vaccine for AIDS. We don't have a vaccine for MERS or SARS. But we do have our immune system. And we do have the right kind of food, minerals, plants, herbs that can boost the immune system. And I think that's the way forward, because we can't necessarily get a vaccine against COVID anytime soon. And if we do, COVID, the strain might again mutate, right? Even today, the vaccines we have against the common flu are not perfect, right? And what makes us think that the COVID vaccine will be perfect? But our immune system, from the beginning of time, is extremely smart, extremely adaptive, and is able to take food from the environment and boost itself, right, and develop the capabilities, right, of meeting up the defenses of the system. So Ayurveda is definitely a lot of work done on this, and the National Institute of Ayurveda in India work on, as I mentioned earlier, on Basmas, on Lehanas. But there is also a lot of work going on in other spaces of medicine, like in Siddha medicine, homeopathy, or just natural plant-based medicine, the use of immune-boosting plants, the use of vitamins, vitamin D, vitamin C. As I said earlier, we're working on water-soluble vitamin D. We're working on an immune formula, right, that not just works on boosting glutathione, which is a very important immune boosting element of the body, but once you boost that, you're able to defeat not just COVID-19 or defray COVID-19, but also other diseases. Now, in similarly, certain kind of foods, onion, garlic, for example, which are regular part of the Asian diet, the Indian diet, are very powerful immune boosting elements in it. So I think that if you like, I think COVID-19 must cause a rethink in the need for natural medicine, in the need for foods, the right kind of foods, in the needs for us to improve our health status, and the needs for hygiene. I mean, even a simple thing like getting out in the sun, right, is very, very important, because the sun is now linked to vitamin D. So we saw areas of the world devastated by COVID, was in a similar weather belt. Wuhan, Seattle, Milan, Seoul, were all in the same weather belt, but there was not enough sun. So we know the sun is linked to vitamin D production, right? So getting on the sun is just as important, among other things, right? But taking regular amount of vitamin D, right? Especially if you make it water soluble, so you can even put in water systems, right? Then this becomes another way for us, cheap way, sustainable way, where we can improve the immune status of the population, and therefore inundate less the healthcare systems in the event of a pandemic and the event of an outbreak. So I think that there is a lot for us to look at natural medicine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree. I think, natural medicine could be one of those guiding lights and could also show us the way. I just want to close out with a very rapid fire question, and and I would really appreciate if each one can keep it very short, keep it to 3 to 5 words before we close out. So what's your vision for a post-COVID-19 world? And the one-line message that you would like to leave all of us today with. Can we start with Dr. Mahmood first, and then go to Dr. Rajan, then Dr. Umar, and then Dr. Hassan for the final words. Dr. Mahmood?
This is a war. We have to be together in all sectors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr.
Rajan?
Yeah, I think we've got to take COVID in a holistic way, where we've got to look at all the elements and implements of modern medicine, be that vaccines and drugs, but also need to look at food, need to look at the norms of nutrition, the norms of hygiene, and we have to take control of our own lives.
Dr. Umar?
I think there's a hope for a just, fair future where we correct the inequalities that were there within our society. But I fear the reality is that we may continue as we have before, spending for those who afford it and not providing for those who need it.
Dr. Hassan, your final words, please.
No, thank you again. Actually, but I should say we have learned a lot. We should be careful. We should love our lives. We should love other lives. So please respect people's. Please keep in your heart that every life is worthy to everyone. So be humanitarian. Then we can overcome, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan, for those final words. I certainly believe, like I said before, all lives have equal value, and thanks for outlining that. So thanks a lot to all panelists, for taking out the time to join us, for the very illuminating discussion today. I just want to summarize, the discussion by outlining that one, I think, none of us alone can address the gaps and, reimagine the healthcare system. And, we need to make sure that, government, private sector, research bodies, various philanthropic donors join hands to reimagine, the healthcare and actually build performance-oriented, equitable healthcare system. We at Gates Foundation are impatient optimists, and I certainly believe that every crisis provides an opportunity. So at the global level, at various countries, I believe that all of them will certainly lap up this opportunity to further build, and reform and reimagine healthcare systems to ensure that, quality healthcare is affordable, available, and accessible to all. Thanks a lot to everyone for joining. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the inaugural Africa-Asia focus at the Dhaka Forum, looking at the post-COVID-19 economy and challenges around the globe. My name is Joseph Hammond. I will be the moderator of this session. I am the managing editor, rather, of New Africa Daily, and I am a board member of the Commonwealth Africa Initiative, one of the partners for this particular session at the Dhaka Forum. Let me take a quick moment here to also recognize those other strategic partners of the Dhaka Forum. Obviously, the Cabinet Division of the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the ICT Division of the government as well, and the A2I, Innovation for All, as well as Auxiliary Advisors, LCPR, and UNDP. We have a fantastic panel for those of you tuning in today and are interested in this topic of Africa and Asia, South-South cooperation. You know, in the post-COVID-19 world, the economic situation will be far different. And let me take a moment to introduce all of the guests and members of this panel briefly, and then I'll give each of them a chance to better introduce themselves during their opening statement, if they so choose. Gergana Urdayevska is the managing director of Free Zone Watch, a boutique consultancy that works around the world in Africa and Asia in particular to help free zones meet their potential and helping countries meet their development goals. Ibrahim Barish Kulvachi is the Africa Regional Director at DEIK, the Africa Business Council for Turkey, effectively. Jacob Uma is the Managing Director at Media Communications Limited. And we are hoping that we will be joined by the Honorable Mohamed Magassi, who's a Member of Parliament in the Gambia, also a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, and the founder and executive director of the MF Real Foundation. So I want to take this moment to welcome you all to this session. Thank you so much for your time and joining us today. And we will start with Gergana, if she, Managing Director of Free Zone Watch. If you can have now, 3 minutes, as will all the speakers, just a couple minutes to give an opening statement on this topic, or to tell us a little bit more about your experience dealing with Africa, Asia, South-South cooperation, and your views on the post-COVID-19 economy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Joseph, for the introduction. As you mentioned, my name is Gergana Urdarevska. My surname is complicated, so I also need to pronounce it. I'm the Managing Director of Free Zone Watch. We are a boutique consultancy focusing on special economic zones in the Middle East and Africa. We offer legal consulting and advisory services to governments and agencies that run the special economic zones. We are launching a brand new and one-of-a-kind training platform, which will be mostly online, to reflect the reality of all of us not being able to travel, but still willing to be learning and improving ourselves. It will be aimed entirely at special economic zones and covering topics only relevant to them. We organize investor roadshows. We do a lot of business matchmaking, a lot of it between companies in China and Asia and Turkey who are willing to start operations in Africa. And we do other events that are focused on investment attraction. My background, interesting enough, is in oil and gas, and this is how, in full disclosure, I know Joseph as well. So this is where we cut our teeth, like in the oil and gas sector. I worked in Asia and in Africa, but my most memorable and formative experiences were working in Angola, which I love a lot, for 2 years, and in Nigeria. This is when I developed passion for Africa and how businesses can help promote the growth of the continent. I have special interest in special economic zones and how they can engineer economic growth and meet that promise that all governments have been giving about diversification of the economy that has been on the agenda for like two decades at this point, and has been getting more and more urgent. So I will mostly be covering these topics today.
Fantastic. We've seen, COVID-19 really, impact economies around the globe, and unfortunately, it looks like in a number of regions of Africa, the pandemic is actually increasing. But the point of this panel is to look past that and look forward to a day when we can start talking about economic recovery. Given your experience, working in those markets that you've worked in, and with Free Zone Watch, how do you feel that trade can facilitate the economic recovery of Africa after this pandemic? Whether that later this year, hopefully, or into next year, when the economies, the economic planners of these countries start to look past the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Well, the merits of trade are proven and undisputable. However, under the current pandemic, with air travel and shipping volumes collapsing, according to the World Trade Organization, trade can shrink in the most optimistic of scenarios by 13%, which is on par with the 2008 financial crisis, or even up to 32%. The issue is that even before the pandemic, Africa was not the epicenter of global trade, with just 2% of the total volume. And it's almost hard to believe, given how resource-rich the continent is. If you think about the amount of oil and diamonds, gold, cacao, coffee, etc., how can it be possible that it only represents 2% of global trade? With COVID affecting global trade dramatically, the continent, unfortunately, is in serious danger of further marginalization due to some of the trends that are emerging, most notably the trend towards deglobalization. Currently, multilateralism is in the background, and protectionism has been the resort policy of many countries, and trade frictions that existed pre-COVID could escalate into polarization, resulting into further erosion of the free trade principles, which have been driving the global economy in the past few decades. And that could also slow down the economic recovery. Africa is not only not immune to these trends, but it's also subject to them and could do little to counter them. But that does not come to say that trade cannot facilitate economic recovery. Yes, it can, but it has to be trade 2.0, trade reimagined for the Africa context. This can be done by Africa choosing self-supporting regionalism, focusing on intra-African trade. We are not as far from this as one could imagine, given that the foundations for it are already agreed on and about to be implemented in the beginning of next year. They were supposed to be implemented 1st of July now, through the African Continental Free Trade Area. It is the most ambitious trade project since the WTO itself. The opportunities are vast, since only 18% of the trade is within Africa, making it the least integrated continent. And let's face it, you can't be competitive globally until you're competitive regionally. The African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to deliver on all the generous promises that trade makes: closer integration of neighboring economies and strengthened regional value chains, creation of more resilient and diversified economies, which, as I mentioned, has been on the agenda for a long time for the resource-rich countries, reduce dependencies on foreign partners. Machinery, manufactured goods, and transport equipment are among the top imports, 35% of them coming from Europe, 16% from China, 14% from India, all of these countries that have been very affected by COVID. Then you have economies like Angola, where 96% of exports are from the oil sector and 60% go to China. So they have had this double exposure, both to the lower demand and the collapse of the oil prices. Finally, trade can escalate production capacity and widen the range of products produced in Africa. There is a fantastic initiative in Nigeria called MINE, Made in Nigeria for Export, which aims to boost manufacturing the share of manufacturing towards the GDP up to 20% and to contribute $30 billion and 1.5 million jobs by 2025. And these kind of initiatives and talks are in motion across all of the governments in Africa. In order to reap these benefits, though, we need to keep trade flowing, and that requires cooperation and trust. For example, that the market will supply essentials, that countries will not impose export restrictions, and that imports do not pose health risks. There are a few areas to keep focus on, and they go under the rule: what's best for the recovery is what's best for the long-term sustained growth. First, we need to keep our supply chains going, and this pandemic has tested them like nothing before. The cancellation of passenger flights has been a reasonable response to mitigate the spread of the virus, but now that some African countries and some of the major economies like Nigeria, Angola have been closed for almost 4 months, this has reflected in decreased air cargo availability and a 30% price spike. Ports in countries with poor efficiency records have introduced extra measures which additionally slow down the movement of goods. The availability of labor to unload ships is also an issue in places with less automation. Inspection, testing, and certification practices have also had to change. We need to focus on enhanced trade facilitation to keep goods moving. Second, we need to look beyond the immediate and commit to pivoting and perfecting the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Short-term tools, such as establishing trade corridors for essential goods, are a stepping stone for greasing the supply chain for future involvements. This effort adds up and speeds up the final results. When we are out of COVID, then we will have a better working process. Third and last, poor trade logistics and lack of infrastructure are the biggest barriers to trade. So we need to incentivize investment in infrastructure. And this has been the same mantra over and over in Africa, but still there isn't enough infrastructure. Globally, there will be $15 billion gap between the infrastructure investment needed and the amount provided by 2040. And that gap will be wider on continents like Africa, where the population is young and fast growing. When 1% of the GDP is invested in infrastructure, economic output increases by 0.4% in the first year, immediate outcome, and by 1.5% by the fourth year. In low and middle income countries, there is a $4 return for every $1 spent on infrastructure. Even at Free Zone Watch, during the pandemic, we're still seeing so much interest towards investment in infrastructure. We are approached by many companies willing to bring operational expertise to ports in Africa, build roads, bring technological expertise to building a variety of infrastructure assets and technological sophistication to their management. We need infrastructure that is robust, sustainable, and technologically advanced in order to serve as the background of trade logistics if we want trade to boost the post-COVID economic recovery.
Thank you for that. I think you covered a lot of ground there. But I wanted to ask you, one of the success stories of Bangladesh is obviously the development of special economic zones, ready-made garments. How can African special economic zones benefit from cooperating from Asian economies like Bangladesh or other economies as well?
Mm-hmm. Well, economic zones have become this kind of a cure-all prescription that many governments have been using, and this is exemplified in the sheer number of special economic zones. Over the past 2 decades, the number of special economic zones has increased 6-fold, from 900 zones in 1998 to 5,400 in 2018. More than half of them are in China. But the extremely different levels of success of these zones speak to the fact that you cannot copy and paste one performing zone and replicate the results worldwide, which is not as simple as saying, let's have a Chinese zone, come and set up shop in Africa, and that will be the solution to everything. African special economic zones definitely owe their conceptual basis to the successful example of China, but economists have been baffled for decades now how a policy that yielded such tremendous results in one country has been so underperforming in many others. Just like Asia, Africa also has low-cost labor, abundant resources, and a growing consumer market. However, apart from the success story of Mauritius and the modest achievements in Madagascar, Kenya, and Lesotho, most of the special economic zones in sub-Saharan Africa have not had a transformative impact on the nation's economy, which is ultimately their purpose. Just to put things into perspective, a total of only 1 million jobs has been created within the zones across the continent in comparison to over 40 million jobs attributed to the zones in China. Clearly, success does not come down to replicating best practices in zone development and management, and political and economic conditions play a major role. There are a number of factors that contribute to the success of a zone. There are organizational ones, like alignment to the national vision and strategy, political capital, legal and regulatory frameworks, incentive frameworks, zone development and operation. Then there are economic factors, such as selection of sectors and activities, linkages to the rest of the economy, very important, economic impact performance indicators, investment promotion, and last but not least, the physical factors like proximity to transportation hubs and investment in infrastructure. In our own business, we see a lot of interest from Asian companies which approach us, mostly from China and India, in having interest in being early stage investors in special economic zones throughout Africa, setting up manufacturing operations and bringing zone development and management expertise. On the other side of the equation, African zones have demonstrated strong appetite for Asian investment, if I judge just by the ample volume of requests we get for investor roadshows in China, but now also India and Turkey. But to answer your question about the cooperation, even more specifically, I will give you as an example the Djibouti International Free Trade Zone, which is the largest in Africa, interesting enough, given the size of Djibouti. And the first phase launched 2 years ago. The total volume of the investment is $3.5 billion. And it's an example of a promising project, which is funded, executed, and managed by China. If we look at the macro picture, this is an example of the kind of comprehensive and all-encompassing involvement that China is known for, because beyond the zone, having a key strategic location as the only port servicing Ethiopia's booming economy, it is also part of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is an economic plan designed to create new markets for Chinese goods and technology. There is the Chinese proverb that says, if you want to prosper, build the roads. And this is exactly what China has been doing for the past 2 decades, even if the initiative is only officially since 2013. It has helped meet some of Africa's infrastructure needs. And now China is the single largest financier of infrastructure on the continent, financing 1 in 5 projects and constructing 1 in 3. Most projects are in transport, shipping, and ports, 52% of them, and then followed by energy and power, 17%. And this is the sort of infrastructure that is key to the operation of the special economic zones. This is a very good example of how A to Z involvement tends to be in terms of like the Chinese involvement and how wide the area of cooperation is. And in conclusion, investment in itself, as competitive as it is to get and as difficult it will be to get even now during COVID or immediately after the epidemic, it is not a cure-all solution. And for it to have a transformative impact and for special economic zones to be able to become engines of economic growth and transformation, the host governments need to implement proper incentives, supporting the acquisition of skills and transfer of technologies to domestic firms, and to promote the establishment of R&D centers. There also have to be incentives to forge linkage programs, which is where the creation of the local industry happens. The idea of a special economic zone is not that you get a manufacturer from abroad that comes and sets up shop there and then exports everything. The idea is to create the know-how and the expertise with the local industry. Updates and upgrades to the existing free zone acts of each country are essential to secure the right requirements in order to turn capital into long-lasting and sustainable growth.
I want to apologize to you and to everyone on the panel. If I massacre your name, and moving right on to that, I'll take another shot here at what we'll hear from Ibrahim Kulvatchi, Africa Regional Director at TEIK, and he may be the only person on this panel actually sitting in Asia right now, though he's in Istanbul, I believe, right? So he may be on the European side, but potentially he's the only panelist in Asia.
Thank you, Joseph. In these challenging times that we are all navigating through uncertainty for ourselves, our loved ones, and our community. So I hope you're all staying healthy and safe. The COVID-19 outbreak shows the necessity of multilateral responses and global solidarity. So in this regard, I'm delighted to be here as a part of this special forum from Turkey. Right now, I am at the Asian part of Istanbul.
There we go.
and as Africa Regional Director at Foreign Economic Relations Board of Turkey, I believe that this meeting will be adding more momentum in our efforts to make strengthening relations
into far important area of cooperation, investment, trade for the African continent. My organization is a business diplomacy organization in coordinating Turkish private sector, do business Africa, invest in Africa. That's why we established the bilateral business councils with 45 African countries and trying to develop bilateral business relations in all sectors. We cover all the sectors. We of course follow Turkish approach towards Africa, and that's, as you know, that is a win-win situation. It means mutual development, and we do organize roadshows to business delegations, the official visits of the Turkish ministers and the head of states, and of course summits, conferences. Of course, we are hosting delegations from Africa and preparing country reports, sector reports, whatever we do to attract the business investments for the continent.
That's fantastic. You know, like I was saying earlier, Turkey is both an Asian country and a European country. But, you know, what can African countries learn from Turkey's unique experience? Not just its geographical location, but the fact that, you know, Turkey was able to develop independently, and we've really seen, you know, Turkish economy, you know, if we speak very broadly, is one of the success stories of the past couple of decades, and moving up the value chain in the global economy and becoming a large economy. So what are some of the lessons that you really think that Turkey can offer African development?
Yes, I mean, during the, let's say, last 7 years, the political trust between Turkey and African countries has been continuously strengthened, and Turkey has established powerful partnership, which has been upgraded to a strategic partnership of mutual benefit and common development. We have investments in African continent, like textile, food, iron and steel, agriculture, and tourism. So through these investments, we are also providing training for the locals, as well as working career for them. For instance, we had a textile manufacturing in Ethiopia, as employing 30,000 locals, and they're all trained. And now they do how to work in textile manufacturing, and so they can work anywhere. And now we have agricultural agreements with some countries like Sudan, Djibouti, Chad, and Niger, and try to establish farms in those countries and train locals how to do farming. And we have also strong in the construction contracting, of course. And the Turkish business are really much keen on contributing integration of African countries, and that to provide the necessary infrastructure for this integration. So we are talking social housing, of course, health sector, tourism, hotel management. So we're already starting these investments and connections with Africa. We also try to encourage Turkish and African diaspora to cooperate for the development of African countries, because we know that African diaspora is also crucial for the continent. So we also try to attract them, and as well as Turkey is partnering with the other countries, the third countries, to develop joint projects in health and the value chain, added manufacturing, industrialization, and agriculture. So we try to we are not only trying to encourage Turkish companies to be involved in this purpose. We also try to encourage other countries to work with us and involved in this process.
Fantastic, and you laid out a lot of important areas of economic cooperation between Turkey and various African countries. But one very important part of cooperation of any kind is dialogue. And I know that one of the things that you guys your organization is working on is the Turkey Africa Forum. What can you tell us about the plans for that? Obviously, these are very unusual times to try to organize conferences, and that's why we're doing the Dhaka Forum on a electronic format. So please tell us about that forum, why it's important, and some of your work with that.
Yes, we do organize Turkey Africa Economic and Business Forum every 2 years in cooperation with African Union and Turkish Ministry of Trade. And we are hosting all ministers of investment, trade, and finance from 54 African countries, as well as head of states, trying to discuss the current agenda and the PPP projects and BOT projects that are necessary for African countries. So we bring together all the high-level decision makers, private sectors from Turkey and African countries, and we do have G2B meetings, B2B meetings, and agreements during the forum. Of course, it's difficult times to organize such an event, but African Union is very keen on organizing this forum. You know that there were so many events that were planned during this year, and most of them were postponed. But we try to organize, maybe not as large as that we did before previous years, but still we will cover all the countries and host the ministers and some private sector representatives from African countries. We will be discussing the agriculture partnership, and then of course health sector and industrialization in Africa. These are and infrastructure. These are the four main areas that we're going to discuss and to try to develop projects for African countries.
That sounds great. Yeah, I mean, I think your organization is showing resiliency in these incredible times. This session as well was, they were hoping to do this event this year in Dhaka. So we wish you the best of luck with the further developments of the Turkey Africa Forum. It's a very important event. And now we'll go to Mr. Jacob Uma, who is in Kenya, and who is the managing director at AD Media Communications Limited, for his opening statements on this topic. Jacob, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, Joseph, for the opportunity that we have in the Dhaka Forum to share ideas. Basically, as you've mentioned, I'm the managing director of AD Media Communications, a company that we established 12 years ago. And we specialize in reputation management and brand building, and also stakeholder management across the region. In the period that we have been in the market, we have been playing a key role in expanding brands across the African continent and handling the communication both for private and governments, and also think tanks and multilateral organizations with regard to communication support. So basically, we have been blessed to be around at such a time as this, because you can look in the middle of the COVID situation right now, and Africa is still learning about it. We are still trying to figure it out. And many organizations are out and about communicating. Among some of our biggest clients, people like organizations like the EU, whose communication we are running in Somalia. We have Save the Children International. We have Action Against Hunger, whose communication we've run in Zimbabwe. We have IGAD that we've run for them, initiatives like the IGAD Water Dialogue Forum. We have the International Water Association. Even when the WTO was in Africa for the first time, we were behind the communication, and also USAID and many other organizations. These are just the multilateral and multinational organizations that we deal with. We also are in the private sector, handling various industries like energy, fast-moving consumer goods, telecommunications, with all records of a huge portfolio of clientele that we've dealt with in that area. Currently, as we progress towards the COVID situation, it's surprising, but many companies, even from Asia, are still looking at emerging African, as Africa as an emerging market. And we usually are on the end of giving them support in communication to penetrate the market, whichever country, whichever horn of the continent, or I mean, whichever corner of the continent that they are targeting. So basically, we have been instrumental in many organizations, like even pharmaceuticals you find from Pakistan or India that are targeting to penetrate the African market. And we have to create the linkage and handle the communications on how they can efficiently launch into the Kenyan market or East African market or even the sub-Saharan market generally. So we are very keen on taking the brand to the point whereby Africa will be positioned as a strategic investment destination, and also supporting African governments that are looking for investment across the globe. So we also run PR for them in the other continents, targeting investors, targeting private sector, or even governments to invest in what they have to present. So basically, that is as we come to the to this Dhaka forum, I was really excited because I look at Asia as a very critical partner in trade between the two continents. Basically, there's no Africa without Asia, and vice versa, because most of our products come from Asia. Most of our supplies come from Asia. Most of our support also come from Asia. And it is very important to see that the forums like these are being brought out to have a South-South conversation that will look at enhancing such ties and really taking them to the next level. If you look at some of the things that Africa, like in our country, Kenya, that we get from the Asian market, first you see like the global value chain that we benefit from. Most of the African factories are basically stationed in Asia because Asia has perfected the art of manufacturing, putting the costs down. So competing against them becomes very challenging, and you find like basically you have to synergize your efforts and see how to learn best practices with Asia. The other thing that is keen on this continent that borrows a lot from the Asian continent is on the medical field. All our, like 90% of our pharmaceutical supplies come from Asia. And then we have also had medical tourism, where special procedures people are traveling all the way to India to do special procedures. And these are things that in the wake of COVID right now stand to be affected, but later on we'll discuss on how we can harness and make sure that we take these relations to the next level. So we perceive Asia companies as highly cutthroat. That is for one, because when the Asian product launches into your market, you have to ask yourself, can you match the quality? Can you match the price? Can you match the volumes that they have in terms of capacity to produce? We also look at them as highly efficient. So the African continent usually doesn't mind. Whoever brings a product at the lowest cost, guaranteeing quality, still gets the business. And also the just mentality that is there in Asia, that if you want it, they'll do it. So basically, whatever you want will be customized to your need, and you can actually meet the supply for your clients locally. So these are just some among other things that we are looking at to foster even moving forward post-COVID.
Fantastic. Well, why don't you just a couple questions for you. Why don't you expand on that a little bit? The perception, right? How do African companies and consumers perceive Asia? Are their products perceived as quality? I know you touched on this a little bit, but and maybe something also on the way back. You know, how do you feel Asian companies perceive working with African, companies?
The perception from Africa to Asia basically is it's not something new. It has been there for a while. And whether the question of quality depends on what exactly we are talking about and the origin of the product that we are touching on. For example, if it is motor vehicles, you will realize that Africa is full, like our country is full of Japanese-made cars. If it is about pharmaceuticals, you will see that our shelves are full of Pakistani and Indian products. If it is about medical attention, the Asian market is ranked quite advanced when it comes to that, where they give you high quality services at a cheaper price. Then there is the Chinese element of budding manufacturers who where others are keen on quality, others are only keen on the bottom line. So the perception is kind of mixed, whereby you can get value for money, but also you can get things that can be of substandard quality. Basically, in our experiences traveling across the continents, you will realize that some of the goods that we use here in Africa are not of the same quality as those that are exported in Europe. So these are some of the things that need to be changed over time to realize that the African continent also deserves quality with regard to the products that are being shipped, so that you don't have an EU quality product different from an African quality product, or any low economy country that is struggling, even in the Asian market. We really have to get to the point of mutual respect with regard to trade, and see how we can treat all humanity on the same platform and put them on the same bargaining table. When it comes to the issue of affordability, Asia gives us the answer that we're looking for. Basically, when Africa needs something affordable, it will always look the Asian way. As Gergana has mentioned earlier about the Chinese investment, that is something that we cannot be blind to. It is happening, and basically, it's like the Chinese takeover is something that can no longer be ignored. But moving forward, people have to go back to the negotiation table and ask themselves, now that COVID has happened, we negotiated on these loans, which are very expensive. If you compare them to the conventional ones, the interest rates are so high, but the African continent still goes for them because of the ease of access of such loans. How can this debt be restructured in a way that all of us can benefit? So as much as the Asian companies are cutthroat, there gets to the point whereby post-COVID, we have to look at the humanity side of stuff and ask ourselves, how can we meet in the middle so that other countries, all the countries recover together? Right now, as we are getting to post-corona, it is estimated that Africa is going to be greatly marginalized. And when the continent is greatly marginalized, it means most important or critical supplies are going to struggle to get to the continent. Or even when they get to the continent, they'll get at very costly price that will be beyond many people's reach. So that is the point whereby the Asian companies will really have to apply a lot of affirmative action, and the governments as well, coming up with policies that will ensure that the global supply connectivity still remains, and trade still remains viable across the continent. So basically, as we go towards the post-COVID era, we have to ask ourselves the important questions is, how will Africa survive? And if it will survive, what policies need to be put in place, not only within the continent. It's one thing to say that the continent needs to trade between ourselves, and it's another one being for that to be implemented. If you look at the things as they stand right now, AU has postponed up to next year the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Yet this is the time it's needed the most. So what does that mean? If there can't be free trade within the countries of the continent, we have to look the Asian way. That is where we know we are going to get solutions. That is where we know we are going to get new expertise. And we have to redefine the relation that we have between the Asian companies, whereby as we get deglobalized, what can we learn from them? Instead of us continuing to export or them continuing to export things to the African continent. Take an example of Bangladesh. What can we learn from their apparel and textile industry? Because Bangladesh alone exports over 30 times more than what Africa exports to the US. There has to be something they're doing right. So what is it that we can borrow from them so that it is implemented here? Because we have the biggest landmass in Africa that is not being used, that can grow all the cotton that people need world over. The other thing such an opportunity can create, for example, in the African market, second-hand clothes have been very rampant. That has been the thing that killed our cotton and textile industry. And these second-hand clothes basically come from Europe and the US. But post-COVID, this is going to change. So what is it that we can learn from the Bangladeshi apparel industry that enables them to produce such a surplus and still have enough for their country? so that we can do the same for Africa and manufacture for our own consumption. We move from the second-hand clothes and apparel purchase and revive our industry. So basically, when Africa was busy wrapping up the industries and the factories because of such policies that are killing our local industry, Asia was setting up manufacturing plants, and industrialization was still in progress there. Now, Asia has also come in to support Africa on the area of digitalization. Most of post-COVID, you realize that people will look to not employ physical employees within the same premises. And what does that mean? It means that a programmer in India will continue providing support to our clients locally. So how can we make sure that such a relation still maintains a win-win situation for both ends? So even in that digitalization that is coming in, and Asia being at the forefront when it comes to the relations with Africa, what is it that we can borrow from them? India right now has come up with a digital ID solution that Singapore is borrowing, and also the US is being pushed to adopt it, because the digital ID is the one that is being used to pay to pay people for various important commodities and services. How can the same be exported to Africa so that we move from the hard manual way of doing things to automate it in the way India has automated? So there will be a lot of borrowing back and forth between the industries and the companies, and I'm really excited on what is coming ahead if it is harnessed and grown in the right manner.
Fantastic. Let's go open up a little bit more for discussion amongst the panelists. Let's go back to Gergana, who I believe had a comment on something that Jacob brought up, and obviously Jacob mentioned your remarks earlier regarding China.
Both Jacob and Ibrahim, actually, because I think from judging from our businesses and how we are involved with Africa, I think the three of us agree that there is still sound and robust interest from Asian companies to operate in Africa. When you read news and analysis like the IMF saying how for the first time like the GDP of Africa will shrink since 1992, China is not going to register the growth since the 70s. These are all correct, but there is a level, a medium level in between where things don't look as bad, where international deals are still moving through and investments are coming through, perhaps maybe a bit slower now because people cannot travel. If you cannot get to a country, then possibly things will be a little bit postponed. But I think it's a very positive sign. And I think that what Jacob said about Asia, of course, China it's a political actor. It's a huge one of the dominant powers, and they always do things that are aligned in their policy. But while their investment has been very necessary and has been a game changer when it comes to infrastructure, the African governments do have to step up and try to renegotiate some of the conditions of the loans. And the situation is such right now that they kind of will have to. Many of the loans were at lower interest rates and over a long-term period because they were pegged against resources. So that like evoked the whole economic concept of the resource curse. But now with the price of oil being at what it is, I think it's a good time also for the governments to like start not only diversifying, but also looking back and trying to get better opportunities in terms of their standing with China, because China will always be a very big actor. It's just a matter of Africa coming together and having negotiating and bargaining power over it.
Yes, all right, that's fantastic. Analysis there of the situation. Ibrahim, I believe you had something you wanted to say as well on this.
Yeah, I mean, even during this crisis, Turkey has continued providing all the assistance needed, not just only by the government, but also by the Turkish private sector, already resident in Africa. Turkish companies have started to produce mask protective coveralls in their manufacturing facilities. They made donations for national funds, as well as food and medical supplies. When the Turkey goes to Africa, he's not trying to collect all the funding and financing options from multilateral resources, and as well as encouraging other countries through Exim Bank's partnerships. For instance, Turkey-Japan Exim Bank, they have a partnership, and we try to encourage both sides of the companies do invest in Africa or do a project in Africa. I can number other countries like Hungary, Germany, and South Korea. They are all willing to partner with Turkey to develop projects in Africa. And we try to bring them to the existing projects in Africa and present to them and co-finance the projects and realize the projects. And even during this health crisis, we haven't stopped the projects. For the one in Tanzania, we are doing the train railway roads in Tanzania. It hasn't stopped. We have a second iron and steel manufacturing in Senegal, and it hasn't stopped. And we are planning to invest in Burkina Faso in textile, manufacturing textile. And he just finalized all the official progress, and it's going to be starting in a couple of months. I mean, I think that's we try to encourage everybody to partner.
Great. So one of the things I wanted to ask you guys, we touched on all various ways, trade and the Pan-African free trade agreements. And some of you, that's a big issue. And I also thought it was interesting, Jacob, you work a lot with regional organizations, and, it's brought up the fact that, the free trade area will be put on hold. Maybe there's an opportunity there that should be pursued. Free trade in Africa as a concept should be pursued at the regional level. Should we have the African Union play a stronger role in trying to revive the entire free trade area? But what is the best approach that you guys see to try to get toward that free trade agreement for Africa, given the fact that all these economies are really struggling right now due to the COVID-19? What's the best way forward in some of your opinions, if anyone has a thought?
Basically, what has happened in during this COVID period is that the already strained relations that existed before COVID have now been taken to the next level, because everyone is looking towards flattening their own curve. But you come to realize at this point that no country can flatten their own curve and survive in themselves, because people have to realize.
Because if you flatten the curve, you flatten your economy too. So yes.
Yes, and you see, we have to really separate two things: national security and self-sufficiency. These are not one and the same, because what COVID has taught nations is that even the countries that are self-sufficient, if they don't strengthen their global value chain, and a pandemic comes and they have to shut all their industries, then it is easy for them to be vanquished within that time. So basically, right now, we really have to put the global value chain open, and we have to look within the borders of Africa. Countries need to start talking to each other and move from talking at each other, because it doesn't make sense why, if I'm sending, it's easier for me to get produce from a Chinese than it is from getting cocoa from Ghana. Why should it be that hard, yet we are on the same continent? You find like it's easy for me to go on holiday in Bali or in Dubai or in Mumbai than it is to travel to a country in Africa because they require me to have a visa in the same continent. So these are conversations that we really have to start having and ask ourselves, what are we missing out on? Because right now, Asia is coming out of the question. Look at, for example, the factor of tourism. Most of African tourists go on their honeymoons in Asia because it's cheap and the culture is rich and it's also vast. But as the world becomes deglobalized, we have to ask ourselves, what can we maximize from within? Is it easier for me to go to Uganda next door or to Zambia down south for my honeymoon than it is to go to an Asian country that will require me to have documentation to prove that I do not have COVID or I'm not taking it there? So these are things that the African leaders really have to sit down and think through. And one thing that COVID will expose in the African leadership is competence, because how people are going to handle this COVID will determine how their electorate is going to perceive them, because it basically means life and death. And if the African continent is not ready to open up their borders and really propagate the United Africa conversations, we are not going to make progress. But you have to realize also that we are not blind to the fact that it's not only African leaders who are fighting such a free trade area. It is also coming from the West and beyond, because people are benefiting from this division. People are benefiting Take an example, Congo. This is a country that has had has the richest mineral reserve globally. But if peace, you try to propagate peace in such a country, the interference that comes from the countries that benefit from that confusion is really quite outrageous. So we are not blind to the fact that there are external forces that are fighting such kind of a unity from taking place. But it's also high time people put their feet down and say enough is enough. There is going to be, this is going to affect the flow of people. And what I mean by this, I'm going to basically recommend things both on both continents, the African continent and the Asian continent. When people can't move, it means the people who needed to go for medical attention in India can no longer travel to India. So what can India do to make sure that their expertise is still experienced in Africa? It means we have to develop and advance in the areas of AI, artificial intelligence. How can we benefit from a doctor who is specialized in India without visiting him physically? It means that the area of robotics will have to be developed, the area of artificial intelligence, so that he trains machines and computer on what he knows, and such can be replicated on the African continent. Same to those big hospitals that do these procedures. They will have to look at setting up satellite branches in Africa to conduct those procedures, because we cannot continue traveling that way. The other thing is about services, fintech. How can we use financial tech to advance trade between the two continents? These are things that now will undergo thorough scrutiny from both governments, because when you enter the blogosphere and the digital world, that's another planet in itself. It's another country. So as much as we may say that the world is going to deglobalize, it's not possible per se to happen. Next is the flow of goods. It's become very challenging to get goods from the Asian continent. So what answers will they have to continuing to bring the goods on this side, and vice versa, the raw material from Africa to Asia in the wake of the post-COVID caution? And finally, the flow of ideas. That is where the key lies. We have to stop trading like people who only benefit one way without passing down the ideas of how they are doing it. Just as I mentioned the issue of Bangladesh, we have to really learn what are they doing right in their apparel? What is India doing right in their technology? What is Pakistan doing right in their pharmaceuticals? And how can we synergize and partner so that we build something that is strong and benefit both continents without necessarily needing to travel all the way there, because that will change forever.
Fantastic. Ibrahim, your final thoughts on this topic, and then what Turkey can do to help Africa in this post-COVID.
Regarding Africa concept of free trade area, we try to inform all Turkish businesses about this agreement and the advantages. And we discussed recently with the Turkish Minister of Trade to establish Turkish logistics centers, and regional logistics centers, and country-based distribution centers. The logistics centers is going to be, of course, at the harbor countries, but these logistics centers is not going to be only storing the products. It's going to also have assembling units for SMEs to finalize their products and export from there. That's one project we are following up. The second one is Turkey is trying to create a platform, healthcare platform, with the partners of Turkey, such as Netherlands, Japan, Hungary, and cities, and maybe the other countries going to be added up. So to build hospitals in African countries, we have already constructed some hospitals, but it's not enough. Like he said, that's the health tourism is not convenient anymore. The people going abroad have medical treatment, so we need to build hospitals in African countries. So we try to create a platform for that and establish these projects. Of course, it's going to be co-financed, and most probably it's going to be announced at the beginning of next year. I think that's what I'm going to say.
Fantastic. Finally, we'll go to Gergana with the free zone perspective and for her final thoughts for this panel.
I believe that what COVID has brought to all of us, starting on a personal level to the private sector and governments and states, is a renewed sense of urgency. Urgency that every dollar counts, every job counts, and every move needs to be more strategic than it was before. Things that we took for granted before have been taken away from us, and that shakes up our perspective for, I believe, in many ways also for the best. It's a wake-up call for Africa in particular, and it comes with a call to lean into the self-supporting regionalism that I mentioned in the beginning, especially now that they have negotiated the ASFTA and it is about to be launched. Yes, it is a little bit sad that it didn't start on the 1st of July as it was supposed to, but even though it's postponed for the early next year, already some of the mechanisms are in action. Like I said, there were special corridors for the emergency goods. So the cooperation is already there. It's already working. When it comes to the goals, they're very ambitious. Within the next 10 years, they hope to increase intra-African trade from 18% to 50%. So it is a very exciting platform. And when it comes to the special economic zones, it is a little bit vague. It's not like the European Union, which mandates what special economic zones in Europe are allowed and not allowed to give as a fiscal policy and incentives. On the contrary, it leaves the special economic zones to the countries that have been managing them for these years. So it will be interesting to see how the general trade climate will impact the government's policies towards the special economic zones. I'm a multilateralist at heart, so I'm always excited for big projects and for cooperation. So I'm looking forward to see how it will all unfold next year.
Well, thank you all so much. This has been a fantastic panel. I learned quite a bit, probably more than I expected I would, and I'm sure that's true for anyone listening. Really deep insights here. And I want to thank all of you who have been listening and watching to the inaugural Dhaka Forum's Africa and Asia Focus. Brought to you in partnership with the Commonwealth Africa Initiative. And really, thank you to all of our partners as well. And thank you, everyone who's tuned in once again. And we hope to you've enjoyed this session and other panels as well. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone watching the live session today. We have a very special session which is part of the Asia Africa Focus, a special session with a very special guest that have joined us from a long distance. But with this digital world, no distance actually, a lot of distance doesn't really actually mean anything. So we have with us today on a one-to-one special session with us Mohamed Magasi. He's the Member of Parliament of Gambia and also the founder and executive director of MF Real. Mr. Mohamed Magasi, it's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you doing and how is everything in Gambia?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am very happy at this Dhaka Forum to be part of it. First of all, I want to thank the organizing committee, most especially the Leadership Council for Policy and all partners who have contributed in one way or the other to the success of this forum. I am Honorable Mohamed Magasi, as you said, the National Assembly member in the Republic of Gambia and also Executive Director of MF Real. MF Real is Magasi Foundation for Relevant, Easy Adult Literacy. So good morning, everybody, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mohamed Magasi, my first question to you, and we're very keen to understand the whole perspective of Asia as well as the African narrative. So my first question to you is that, that Gambia is about as far from Asia as any African country can be. So what are some of the opportunities that you feel are there with Asia and Africa, and how important is actually Asia to Gambia?
Thank you. This is a very good question. The relationship between the Gambia and Asia has dated very long in history. You can count from 14th to 15th century. the relation is existing between the Gambia and Africa. And the closest country to Africa, especially to Gambia, that is China. China and Gambia have entered in many agreements, but more so the trade agreement, especially in the domain of health sector and the education sector, fishing as well, and even agriculture. So these two countries have come together through an exchange. Gambia has what to give to China, like China has also what to give to Gambia. So that bilateral cooperation has helped the two countries to address the health issues, also to address equipment procurement regarding to health, and also they have enhanced investment to rebuild resilience in health, but also a universal approach in the domains of security, domain of agriculture and food security. And overall, but these two countries have contributed to enhancing and also rebuilding Asia-Africa market, especially in the West Africa.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's very interesting to understand. You talked a lot about China with the African ties, and definitely China is one of the most significant countries within Asia, no doubt on that. So two small questions to you. The first being that, what do you think about this? There's a lot of debate going on about China in the global community now. We know that US and China is also having a little bit of tough relationships at this point of the time. But in the African context, not only in Gambia, but in the African context, how important do you think China is actually to the African economy as a whole? That's my first question. And the second sub-question is that beyond China, do you think that other South Asian countries can also explore trade, economic and social cooperations and relationship with Africa? Because I think that not a lot of trade, a lot of economic, a lot of relationship which can really foster are there with the South Asian countries such as Bangladesh, India, and some other countries. So the first question, to summarize again for you, is that how Africa as a total continent, how important is China for them?
Thank you very much. If you look at down the line up to now, China Africa cooperation in the domain of trade has grown up to more than 700%. Because what is important to note, China product or China manufacturing materials are African friendly, because you have to factor but the socio-economic challenges that Africa is going through. You have to factor the access, of the produce from the manufacturers. So the China is responding to the need of Africa based on the capacity of African economy. So that's why not only in the Gambia, but in most African countries, the cooperation is more vibrant with China than any other country. That didn't conclude that apart from China, no other country can partner with Africa, of course. But why China in particular? Because, as I said, based on the socio-economic situation of the country, Gambia, like many other African countries, can only relate with China in order to be able to supply the demand of its people in terms of goods, materials, and services. So that's one of the reasons why that ties is still strong between China and Africa.
All right. That's a very interesting point that you mentioned, that China is actually responding or catering to the needs and requirements of the African continent, and hence such a strong relationship. So we also feel that for any conducive relationship, it's very important to understand and respond according to the need but not in terms of dictating, which we perhaps see from many other maybe powerful nations as such. It's a very interesting notion that you have mentioned. Lastly, this is my final question to you, or a comment to you, that we are from Dhaka Forum are also looking forward for expanding our relationship from Bangladesh or from South Asia, because we try to consider ourselves to be one of the regional leaders as well, with our what we have achieved for the last 10, 12 years in terms of our economy, in terms of our social structure. So what do you think are your final comments on that? What could be the opportunities going forward with Bangladesh or Dhaka relationship with Gambia and the whole of the African continent as such?
That's a very good question. I think Bangladesh and Gambia share many things in common, especially if you come to the domain of arts and culture. Some years ago, just six years ago, I was in Paris. I met with an MP, a National Assembly member, a parliamentarian from Bangladesh. Luckily that day, interestingly, I was putting on a dress like this, which is African made. And when he saw that dress, he saw, my God, oh, this what Bangladesh can invest more in, because we are very interested in this type of clothes. And this is out of cotton. Cotton growing in Africa is one of the most cash crop that we depend on in order to recourse our economy. So you can see between Bangladesh and Africa, especially the Gambia, the relation can go into the domain of agriculture, especially agriculture of cotton, which will be a factor the establishment of textile industries, which should be a relation between the two countries. So Bangladesh and Gambia, in the domains of arts and culture, they can come together and do many things where the two countries, not only the two countries, but between Bangladesh and Africa, the cooperation can be win-win situation between the two entities.
Thank you very much, Mohammad Magasi, Your Excellency, for your time. And just to summarize some of the beautiful points that you mentioned, particularly focusing on the last bit on Bangladesh and Gambia relationship, we believe that there's a lot of opportunities on what we already mentioned about exchange of our social, cultural dimensions. At the same time, we have a growing education system now. We have good medical colleges, good universities growing up, where we can always have exchange of students to ensure that this is one of the best way to not only impart or share knowledge, but also to share and exchange our cultural values with one another. With this, I would also like to extend our invitation to you and your government, to our country in Bangladesh, and all the people celebrating Eid in your country. We wish them Eid Mubarak as well. Thank you very much, sir.